All right, okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thanks so much for watching Dragon Quest RTA Marathon 2021. My name's SUMDeaner, and I hope you're enjoying the show so far. We had just had Dragon Quest 8. Thanks so much for that, at Creative Ellie. Make sure and follow him. And coming up next, I'll be playing Dragon Quest 2 Super Famicom version for you. I'm joined here by my good friend, Star of Violence. Star, how you doing, friend?
Hi, I'm doing good.
Thanks for joining me here.
No problem. I know you desperately needed a has-been to heckle you for 4 hours, so here I am.
Thanks so much for joining me. It's a real pleasure, and I hope you everyone at home is having a good time, and I hope the audio balance sounds good. Let me know if I need to adjust anything, Star, myself, or the game audio, and I can do just that. Tell you what, there's a 4.5 minute or so cutscene here in the beginning of the run, so why don't I just go ahead and start the run, and we can go ahead and introduce the game during that. Sound good?
I like it.
All right, great. This is JRTA rules. We're playing in Japanese, it's Super Famicom version, so timing will start at the console power on and stop at the end of the credits, the end. And you don't want to miss the ending, that's for sure. So, all right. I'm all set. Let's do it. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Dragon Quest 2 Super Famicom version. Let's begin the run. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, here we go.
All right, so here we go. Started up the game and started this cutscene here in the beginning. This is going to explain the bulk of the game's story here, what little of it there is. This is a direct sequel to Dragon Quest 1. Our hero from Dragon Quest 1, Bopo, and his descendants founded various kingdoms. We're going to play as the descendants, the princes and princess of these various kingdoms, and go fight bad guys. And that's pretty much it. So, obviously, I'll address the big elephant in the room. The game is in Japanese. This is a Super Famicom re-release of Dragon Quest 1 and 2. This game was not formally released in English, although there's a patch version. These games, Dragon Quest games, especially Dragon Quest RTA, is very popular in Japan, so we play by the Japanese community rules. You're not really missing a whole lot in terms of context of what's going on in this game. You just look at whether characters are alive or dead. That's pretty easy to tell.
Yeah. Is your text red? Something went wrong.
Thanks for the good luck, everybody. So here we're at Moonbrook Castle, and we're gonna see what happens here.
100 years after the princess was dumped in the mud 7 times.
Oh, the 8th time if you count dying to the Axe Knight.
Oh, dang. Yeah, you're right.
A lot of you who are familiar with Dragon Quest 2 or Dragon Warrior 2 are probably most familiar with Dragon Warrior 2, the NES version. This game is, for those of you who are familiar with it, the overworld, the quest objectives, the overall flow of the game is going to be basically the same, but the degree of difficulty and combat has been greatly rebalanced. Dragon Warrior 2 is infamously known for having monsters and encounter formation combinations that are simply too strong to fight. And this game is going to give us some tools to make it actually worth fighting things in our way. And that's generally how we're going to approach this run. This run doesn't have a whole lot of gimmicks or tricks. I get some pretty good weapons and armor at various parts of the game and whatnot, but my levels are generally pretty cutthroat, and it's a fine line between life or death when we have to fight these monsters.
Hey, I was looking at I have the official strategy guide for this game, believe it or not. And they've got like a nice little experience chart that you can follow along with. Like you're supposed to be at, roughly this level to be at this part of the game. And they say that you're supposed to be entering Hargon's castle, I believe, at the ripe old level of 33.
We don't
for Laresia.
We don't get anywhere close to that.
Is Laresia like 25? No,
27.
Like 27. Yeah, no, 25 is Sama's job.
Go! The king has died here of Moonbrook Castle, and the monsters are overrunning it, and it's bad news. I'm going to get control of my character here pretty soon, and it's pretty much going to be hands-on action for the rest of the game. This game, the degree of difficulty, like I said, has been greatly rebalanced. To address that more specifically, turn order is going to play out a little bit more consistently in battle. Monsters are a little bit more susceptible to status effects, and those status effects are a little bit more powerful. Prince Sama, Prince Kanok, our second character, can equip stronger weapons, and his spells are more powerful. And but that's certainly not going to make it easy. It turns the game from being basically nearly impossible to being extremely difficult, but fair. And what it means for a run like this is because we have to fight so many random battles for various reasons. Encounter handling, monster knowledge, and decision making throughout the run is critical to the runner's success or lack thereof. I'll try and be successful as possible. Okay, I'm getting control now. Here in Laurasia, Middenhall in the original version.
This poor soldier.
He's made his way all the way here.
Made his way all the way past Kanok because there's nobody useful there to talk to.
Yeah. I won't stand by unless you talk foul of my good friend, my best friend, Prince Samanotoria.
You won't let me, but you won't stop me.
I won't stop you either. Alright. So here we go. I'm going to be gaining control here. Prince Coffin. Alright.
He's very important.
So, starting the game here, our dear old dad is going to send us on our quest to beat the warlock, what's his name. And I'm going to open this box, and he's going to give me 50 gold and a copper sword. And then I'm going to take it and immediately sell the copper sword. I'm going to buy and sell some items in a very particular order. You want to explain a little bit what that's about?
Yep. So there is a mechanic at any given item shop where if your gold ends in a specific number, or if you have a particular amount of gold, he gives you a lottery ticket. It's actually like determined by that table as opposed to just completely randomly. On NES, I believe it was like a 1 in 8 chance. So he is buying and selling various like herbs and lottery tickets themselves to actually generate lottery tickets and therefore income to buy things like his leather shield that he's got. And there's going to be a much longer version of that in a little while to actually get the party going once he's got Kanok.
Yep. Fighting monsters and generating gold that way is going to be very slow in the beginning of the game, and we're going to use this basically to jumpstart our equipment once I get Prince Kanok. And wow, this run luck to start off is going to be great.
Yeah, there is plenty of time to fight monsters in this game. We don't need to be fighting anymore right now.
Yes, this is basically the one part I've been talking about, how we've got to fight all of the monsters in this run. Well, this is the one part where we can't fight anything. Not only do I not have a weapon, defeating monsters and collecting gold would actually break the gold setup for the next town anyway, so we don't want to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, there's actually like, so if you, right now, the basic idea is he's just doing the various tasks to go get his second party member, Kanok. And he's trying to keep alive, obviously.
Yeah.
But at some point, there's a death warp that halves your gold, as it does in every Dragon Quest game. If that happens, then yeah, it messes with your gold. And you actually have to do some more fiddling at the item shop to get it back on track. But you can, at least, because it follows a specific pattern. Like, it's not like it has to be specific items or anything like that. It's all based on the gold amounts. So you just, as if you know how to tweak it, I've seen like other runners just do that on the fly because they were short gold for something, and that blows my mind. But like,
I can occasionally pick up some extra tickets, like in Moonpeta when I'm doing supplies, like extra supplies, like when you're setting out to like Rupagona. Like, yeah, you can get some extra tickets there sometimes. It kind of just falls into my lap sometimes, but the ghost, he hit me pretty good there.
The student has surpassed the other student.
So, okay. So there are 3 flags we need to hit to get Prince Kanok to appear in the next town. First we talk to Prince Samanatoria, his dad. Ooh, nice. Okay, good. I've got to talk to the old man in the Spring of Bravery, and then after that I need to talk to my dad in Laurasia. So that's why we're setting up the Death Warp, and why I made specifically sure not to save my game in Cannock Castle. I want to go back to lore when I'm done here. We have 3 medical herbs to take with us on this journey, and I'm budgeting them in various ways carefully. Sometimes I need to use them in battle depending on what monsters I fight, and I have to be pretty intelligent about how I use my items, because most of the enemies I encounter are faster than I am. If I wait too late to use a medical herb, I'll simply get killed when I need to use one. So I need to know very specifically how much damage all of these enemies do so that I can judge whether or not it's safe to run or not. The run rate when I go to run is 50% chance the first 2 times I try and run, 75% chance the 3rd time I try and run, and a 7/8 chance to run any successive time beyond that. It's never a guarantee, but honestly, when we get to that point, I'm probably dead anyway. Looks like that was no problem.
Yeah, that went very well.
The ghost roughed me up a little bit, but I have 2 medical herbs.
I didn't catch it. Okay, yeah.
I used one after the ghost. I was down to 10.
Dang.
Oh, now, Enka. Somebody kill me, please. Here's somebody. Where are you? Here we go. Well, take a look at this leather armor that I'm not wearing. Oh, they were not impressed.
Well, you know, roving bands of rats aren't typically impressed by nude warriors in their cave.
Alright, so that's a death warp that we talked about earlier. This is to help transport me back to town quickly. It's much faster than walking all the way back here, surely. Better on my resources, too. I'd probably die walking back anyway. But, oh, I gotta scroll down on my shopping list here. I still have your chart up, Star, for the shopping list here.
Oh, I have my chart up too, so I know what the heck I'm supposed to talk about.
When I first started playing Dragon Quest RTA, I was mostly playing Dragon Quest 3, but Star of Violence here, he was playing Dragon Quest 2 a lot, and he was like the only person in the West playing Dragon Quest 2. And there were very few resources available to help anybody learn, and he threw together a chart that helped sort of springboard my interest, as well as my ability just to finish the game at all, and from there learning more and more about the game and getting better at it. But
you know, my first run was 7.5 hours long.
He put together a shopping list here, and it's really nice because it's color coded and everything.
Oh yeah, I did do that. That is pretty good.
Okay, great.
Good job, me.
Here is our best friend, Conan the Killer, Sama the Slayer, Prince Cannock.
Thinking about Conan's name reminds me that Laurasia's name has no impact, but we take she for the name anyway, because the names of the other party members are based on what Laurasia's name is. So it's the shortest name that generates the shortest names.
As an extra added bonus, it also kind of doubly in Japanese, she means like death, right? So
yeah,
can be, so
yeah, it's more or less an apt description of the experience.
We are death in this game.
So
right. I'm going to concentrate on buying and selling these items in a particular
you should
order,
definitely
and
do that.
I almost messed up.
The whole process here is going to not only generate money for equipment, but to generate a whole bunch of nice items to carry us through the next walkies. Because now we got to go all the way down to Hamlin / Moonpeta, and that's a bumpy ride. So you get a whole bunch of herbs and a few antidotes, and in the end, you'll end up with a chain sickle for Laurasia, and Cannock Sama there will have a copper sword and a leather shield, and everybody will actually start fighting monsters. The first I don't know, 13 to 15 minutes or so is basically prep in this game. And everything really starts once you walk out of this town with these two guys and start actually fighting stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like pretty common theme throughout the run. As I mentioned earlier, we're gonna have access to pretty good weapons and armor for any given point of the game, and that's gonna be critical for allowing us to progress, because otherwise our levels are rock bottom, and we get killed by everybody otherwise.
Yeah, as much as I bag on Kanik, he got the most benefit out of this game. Like
this remake,
like people are saying, his equipment is totally expanded. He can use the light sword, which is the actual biggest deal for him. And
I bought
amongst
something
a lot
on
of other
lore I
things.
should have bought on Cannock, but that's okay. I'll just move something.
Yeah, whatever.
The gold worked out. I just bought. It doesn't matter who you give the items to. That's more of a menu optimization thing. As long as you buy the right and sell the items in the right order, then you're okay.
Gonna grab a lottery ticket out of this dresser here.
It's a decent backup option, but I also like having the additional antidote herb that this setup brings.
Oh, that is a good difference, huh? Yeah, sometimes you just get bit by king cobras on the way down through Lora's Gate.
The funny
and sometimes you get bit by cobras again.
One of the things I really like about this whole gold grind here is we start with 1 gold coin and we end up exactly 1 gold coin again.
Really? I never noticed that.
But we've got a lot more stuff, so great.
That's pretty awesome.
All right, so from here on out,
we start.
It's time to fight monsters for real this time. Encounter handling is like the meat and
it's the game.
Bones. It's the entire game for this game, really. It's the game.
There's no tricks.
Kaishi no Ichigeki. The first one of the run. Here we are.
Oh, nice. Like the routes are, walking from place to place and doing whatever. Like there's no other than, the alchemy you do at the item shop mining for lottery coin. There's no crazy tricks or anything. You just fight fair and fast, and that's hard. It's just hard.
I would say, I was thinking of it earlier, I would say there are 3 major things at any point in a battle or part of the game I'm juggling. The first and foremost thing is I need to stay alive. The enemies in most parts of the game are extremely dangerous, and reviving people is impossible. So
oh god, yeah.
Reviving people is very expensive, both in terms of time and gold. It's to be avoided at all costs, but it's also very easy to die.
Early.
Yes, especially early.
Especially early. You die, if you just happen to lose Kanik on the way down here, Jenks.
You're broke if that happens. Yeah. So as much as possible, I'm trying to keep everybody alive. But I also have to carefully budget my resources in any given section. If I'm too careful and I run out of MP... Nice Kaishin. Going crazy already.
Yo.
Good sign. If I spend all of my resources being too careful and I run out, and then I will die for sure. So I also have to be efficient with my resources when I'm in any given battle as well. But then on top of that, there's a third layer where it's a speed run and I'm trying to go fast, so killing enemies quickly is also part of the game too. I have to juggle all 3 of these things at once and to play the game really, really well. And if you make a mistake, you basically die, so I don't want to oversell the difficulty of this game, but it really is pretty narrow.
I personally don't feel like you can, but it's by ever so slightly tweaking the way battle flows for the remake, they came up with a situation where did the defend trick work in that case?
Was for Cannock there, yeah, he only took 2 damage from the battle.
There's a thing where whenever you end, it's a small probably bug, but whatever. When you defend at the end of a fight with somebody, and you'll be if you get surprised like that, then you're actually still defending from the last fight, and you take less damage. It's only when you get surprised, I believe, right?
Yeah, your defense state is preserved if you get surprised in the next battle. It's very rare and kind of obscure that it comes into play, but we need every little advantage we can get, and especially endgame, it's something I actually consciously pay attention to. Okay, we did hit 3 along the way. I kind of wasn't...
Nothing is actually, like, totally game over or anything.
Yes, this is actually, the route itself is actually fairly stable as far as, like, race and marathon setup is concerned. Because a big component of the game involves earning enough experience points to finish the final bosses, you're always kind of making progress as long as you fight enemies and defeat them. Even if you die halfway through a dungeon, as long as you killed some stuff, you still kind of made progress. Nothing should ever kill the run, and I'll just make sure to be careful and save in a few spots to make sure that nothing can go wrong.
Especially if you're, like, actually careful with your resources enough to, you know, like, okay, so for instance, actually, oh, yeah, no, that was good, what Tonic said, because, your first character is the only one who's allowed to flee. So Laurasia dying, and then I try to defend with Sama, like he always could, and then he can't because he's the leader now.
That gets me in trouble.
Okay. I've got a much better one though.
Okay.
When we were having like a relay race, like a team relay, right? And this
is not good.
No, that's not great at all. Hail Mary to the Mirror of Ra?
Basically. At this part of the game, I'm trying to get my third-party member, Princess of Moonbrook, as quickly as possible, and we need to get Ra's Mirror here in the swamp. I've saved the game before heading out here, because this can be a little tricky, and I was really greedy. I like to be greedy running from encounters early to be saving on resources. Oh boy. Don't fall asleep.
Okay, so, that story I was about to tell, about how I was, racing, and I was in the end game, and I had, I believe, managed to choke on Malroth, and left myself with either 1 or no prayer rings. I want to say it was actually none. Like...
Oh, I see what happened.
I had no prayer rings. I had a save from an hour prior. And I could not just hit reset.
Yeah, I'm hopefully going to play a little bit more carefully than that and not put myself in such a situation.
That was so bad. I'll never forget. I won't forget that because I was, honest to God, freaking out. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to finish this. I, like, hated myself. But you know what? I finished that run. I finished that run like 30 minutes after I was going to finish it, but I finished it.
Okay, things are getting
a little game over.
A little bit interesting here. I don't have enough gold to revive my guy. I'm trying to figure out how I am going to get myself enough gold for that. So give me a minute to figure this out. Alright, here's where I'm going to alchemize a lottery ticket. Are you ready? Here it is.
Oh, here it is. Here comes Bitcoin.
Oh, wait. No, I lied. Wait.
There goes the Bitcoin.
I lied. Hang on. No, we're good. It's going to take a little bit longer. More longer than I thought. Hold on. We're going to be okay. Here it is. Here's the ticket. 19's the gold.
There it is.
I'm bad at math. Don't do live math. He's actually still level 3, so 72 gold is fine. I only need 60. It's 20 times level here at this game. Yeah. It's so brutal.
Speaking of...
I killed nothing in that walk because of how early he died, so I have no choice. This is kind of a little rough, and I kind of put one of my Chimera wings on layaway, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. It's fine.
It's a little extra grind, I feel like.
I just have to remember to buy another one before we...
And you have Nana with you too, so...
I just have to remember to buy another one before I go to the Tower of Wind, or I'll get stuck there.
Oh, wing? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I had to sell to get an odd number of gold there. So you can't get tickets at low gold on even numbers. Only on odd numbers.
Don't understand why we can't just walk behind him and take the tickets like we do the Gaia armor.
Actually, I'm going to move some of my items. I still have a lot of these yakuso. These are medical herbs. So that's kind of cool. Wow, I have a billion of these things.
You never got to use any because everyone died or didn't get hurt.
Yeah, I didn't fight much on the way here. Laura's still
They either
3.
didn't take damage or they took 2. They took all the damage. Either way, an herb doesn't work.
These kind don't revive people. We're definitely going to save the game, and I'm going to hopefully fight some monsters that hopefully won't kill me, but they might kill me. I can't afford to revive, so we'll reset the game if I get killed.
Yeah.
We've got all 3 of our characters now.
Laurage's strength versus Mandrel's maybe, but like you'll probably level up really fast anyway, so
I'll be okay.
Yeah.
We got our 3rd character here now, and Princess Moonbrook has Heal More to start, and that's really good, but she's going to learn an even more powerful spell at level 2 after earning 100 experience points. So it's our mission to earn 100 points as fast as possible. That's a start. I'm going to fight over on this side. On the left side of town, there are easier monsters. On the right side of town, there are stronger monsters, like mandrills, those monkeys. But I'm not quite feeling up for that right this second. We'll fight these guys instead. This is okay. Should be good there. Oh, I got poisoned.
A small note about giving herbs to Moonbrook is that it's not only a nice way to alleviate stress on your other party members' inventories because they need to pick up other things, but since agility works correctly in this game, Moonbrook has a much better chance than most everything you run into, even, and including your other party members, of going first. So if she needs to spare the MP but heal somebody anyway, like real fast, her having the herbs on hand particularly is also good.
It's not super relevant here, but later in other sections, spending 5 MP on a heal more can cut you out of multiple casts of something like Infernos, which can be a lot more efficient, whereas using an herb, you get the same value at this level anyway, so it's a great idea and option. I like it especially when you're going to the port town, like through the Dragonhorn Towers.
You save MP on healing by killing enemies before they can kill you.
Alright, great.
There we go.
Rariho. Alright, so Rariho is the sleep spell, and as Star was mentioning, Moonbrook's high agility combined with the fact that she has these powerful spells like sleep becomes an indispensable part of dealing with monsters. Neutralizing powerful enemies before they can kill me is one of the most fundamental ways of keeping myself alive. And it's the reason running away from enemies is such a big risk. Defending and putting enemies to sleep means I take a lot less damage than if I run away and fail, where every enemy is guaranteed to take 1 action. You pretty much get run over when you fail to run away.
Yeah, especially with that really steep but low starting scale on running away on the DQ1 and 2 engine. You've got 25, 25, 50, 75, or...
It's, for run rates, it's 50-50 on the first 2 tries.
Oh, is it?
It's the same as DQ1s, yeah.
Yeah, but I forgot that too, so...
50-50 on the first 2, 75 on try number 3, and 7/8 beyond that. I mentioned it earlier, I think.
Oh, okay.
I
thought you said
okay.
something about that.
Ooh, I got surprised. That's not good. It's really not nice.
Hello.
Gotta be careful.
But they didn't wipe you.
If I have to pause during some of these encounters, I'm trying very hard to figure out what it is I need to do to make sure I don't, or give myself the best chance of not immediately dying. So that was a little bit of a literal surprise. So not nice, and it's burning a ton of my resources to cast Behuini a bunch of times here. Heal War. I may be referring to, especially since it's in Japanese text, some of the spell names by their Japanese names. My apologies.
There's definitely one of those times where Moonbrook's speed above everybody else is really relevant, though.
I really wanted to use sleep there, but because I needed to heal, I didn't feel comfortable Just
Yeah,
set
if you
there.
whiff, like, you don't often whiff on 85%, but, you know, when you do, I'm not even sure it's 85%.
I think Mandrill is 60.
Okay. I'm thinking of, like, stuff in TQ1 again. where everything is either, like, invincible or 85%.
Yeah.
Or 100.
Except those skeletons are skeleton friends. Or no, excuse me, it's the Wolfman. The Wolfman, excuse me.
Oh yeah, Wolfman. Wolfman can definitely sleep.
Always all Wolfmans can always go to sleep. Every single time.
Wolfmen and mandrills are made of a lot of meat and fur, and both of those things sleep very easily. Skeletons,
I see.
They don't. Yeah, see, they don't have lots of meats, and so their meat doesn't sleep because it's already asleep somewhere else.
Ironically, there's plenty of skeleton monsters we put to sleep in this game, so I'm getting confused.
Listen, I don't want to talk about that. All right, I just. I got my major in meat sleeping, and that's what I want to talk about.
Okay, that's not great, but that's what I got here. Okay, sleep still failed. MP's running low, and I'm getting into a bit of a... Oh, nice miss. Not the time for that. A little bit of a struggle to clear this encounter, but we should be okay. I'm trying to get a little bit more experience on all of my characters before moving on to the next part. There's a couple of things I want to do. To progress the game, I'm going to need an item from the next dungeon, the Tower of Wind. And, okay, we should be okay. Attack should clear him. But we're going to want to get a little bit stronger before we do that. As powerful as Sleep is at level 2, Moonbrook learns another powerful spell at level 4, Infernos. And it's a group attacking spell that's very powerful. We're going to use it through large portions of the game. And the sooner we learn it, the more efficiently we'll be able to progress. Before I head out to Leonport, not only will I need the Cloak of Wind, the Mantle of Wind from the tower, but I also will want enough gold to purchase a stronger weapon. So earning gold by grinding is also like a secret extra bonus thing that we're doing here. Oh, it's the smoke.
Smoke? Oh boy, I hate those.
Get him, Linda. It maybe helped. Okay.
Oh yeah, you need wing.
Oh, you're right. I can use this one that I have, but we're going to Moonbrook first. You're right.
Oh, okay.
Remind me again. Remind me again.
Yeah.
I should have one in my inventory. I will double check. We're gonna make a little quick detour to Moonbrook Castle. Another thing that they added in this version are a lot better treasure in the treasure chest in general, and we'll get to that when we get to the tower. But they also added some stat seeds, strength seeds, agility seeds, HP and MP seeds, and some defense seeds that we're going to get throughout the run, and give them to various characters. We're not going to be too particular about the values themselves, but these little extra boosts make a big difference. So we're going to make sure we go to Moonbrook Castle here. There's an HP seed and an MP seed hidden here. We're going to give both of them to Cannock once we get them. And be on the lookout for our silver friend. This is our first chance to encounter the metal slime in this game, in this run. Oh, Doku. We have Kiati now, antidote, so it looks like we're okay. I'm out of antidote herbs, but I first said I was going to check the wing. Yes, I have one wing, and still many Darno.
So mad. Ah! Okay, there you go.
We'll probably encounter this a few times, where the NPCs are blocking my path to progression by physically blocking where I can walk. There's a lot of opportunities for that, so...
One relevant thing. The damage on spells actually got tweaked really nicely. Things like Infernos on Moonbrook, or Gita / Sizz? Hurt? Whichever.
It was called Fireball, I think. In Dragon Warrior too.
Right, because Sizzle most. So it was they all had their damage bumped basically, so that you could actually use these spells.
Firebane in particular is like 2.5 times stronger than it is. It's a really powerful spell in this game, and it's almost useless in the original.
Firebane in Dragon Warrior 2 was just that spell that Moonbrook got at level 4.
Yeah, basically.
But with a different name.
Oh, it hits everybody instead of just a group. Wow.
Wow, and it can hit everybody? We better make it do 40 total damage.
Oh.
At levels like 17
poor,
or 18.
Poor Dragon
way
Warrior
too
2 Canuck. Oh boy. Well, that was pretty smooth, and we picked up level 4 along the way. That's really good. Oops, use it. By getting level 4 before staying at this inn, I get a lot more MP. She gains, I think, 9 MP there, which ends up working out to being 3 extra casts of Infernos. I'm going to take one more encounter for some extra gold since I have the resources here. Building up my gold will not only help me in this section, but in the next section and the section after that. In fact, gold management is not a huge deal in this run, but it's meaningful in these first few sections. So getting a little bit of extra to pad my wallet, definitely not a bad idea. Monkeys are worth a lot too.
You want to be able to buy clothes hiding?
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to cloak defer in this one. This run.
Oh man, the no clothes.
Last time I did that, it was fairly recently. Nana got devoured by the saber cat in Durkendal in Osterfair.
Yeah,
she can get one shot in that fight, casting Surround. You don't cast Surround, she just gets eaten instead. Oops, wrong store. It's kind of sad. Okay, we're getting extra Kimmerling because we used one up earlier. Otherwise, I think I'm all set. We stay at the inn. Okay, great. All right, now we are ready for the Tower of Wind.
Did you get your wing?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Canuck should have one wing of the Wyvern. Okay, now that we have Infernos... Oh, well, she was supposed to go first, but that's fine. It's really going to save me a lot of hassle in killing these enemies, and with 44 MP leaving out here, since we got level 4 ahead of time, we've got 11 casts of it to work with. This is what I mentioned earlier. If you cast Heal more and you spend 5 MP, you lose 2 casts of Infernos later for whatever section you're working with. So using those medical herbs when she needs to heal in an emergency situation is definitely like a huge game changer. Oh, you didn't
especially
do
with
damage.
Especially with HP maxes this low.
Exactly.
That, like an herb is basically like a heal more and an herb are like equivalent anyway. So
basically at this point, yeah.
At least right now, yeah.
Okay. So moving on. I sort of mentioned efficiency earlier on here. Maybe I should just use Boggy on the Mandrills and kill them. I don't know. 50-50 about that. I did this thing. Pretty much starting from sections like this, I'm actively gauging how much MP I'm spending or how many herbs I have left for any given section to adjust. Ooh, combo. We got a club drop.
Woo!
To gauge my decision making, I have to stop and fight basically everything I fight, and if I get a lot of encounters, I get a lot of encounters. On one hand, that means I am slowing part of the run down, but on the other hand, I'm earning more gold and experience. On the flip side, if I get a lot of encounters, I have to sometimes adjust how I'm starting to spend my resources. If I run out of gas, so to speak, in the middle of a dungeon or near the end, I'm in a lot of trouble, so I want to make sure I keep an eye on my resource spending as the dungeon progresses, or as a particular part of the game progresses, and making sure I bend a little bit accordingly if it becomes necessary. So far, we're looking pretty normal here. We're about halfway out of resources getting to the tower, but I won't do much fighting in the tower itself.
Yeah, there's a lot of chaff fights in the tower that you really... It's mostly zombies, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
smokes.
Like, you don't really... Zombies are such huge HP sponges that they're just never worth fighting, especially since they can defend. Too.
I was just going to say, especially because they can defend. Yeah,
like,
no.
60 HP mobs that can defend. Get out.
Yeah, we're not going to fight the living dead here, no thanks. The King Cobras are pretty harmless, but at this point, Magician is pretty kind of... The only thing I really want to fight mostly is Ghost Rats. They're too strong to just pass up. Plus, they're 25 gold apiece and pretty easy to beat. One important thing to note about Inferno spell is it has a very high damage range. The maximum is a whopping 36 damage, which is a ton at this point, but the minimum damage roll is only 16. Its variance is higher than the minimum damage roll. So, it has some interesting effects sometimes where we have to be a little bit more... Sometimes it kills things when I'm not expecting it to, and other times I'm expecting things to die, and they just don't. A pretty smooth tower here. It's quiet.
Yeah, everybody went home for the holidays, I guess.
One important thing I want to mention is about how the encounter rate works in this game when I get random battles. Every time the screen transitions, the game generates a random number, and the number is essentially counting down towards 0. And once it reaches 0, I get a battle. But one important thing that ends up happening is that every time... That number's rerolled obviously every time I get a fight and I complete the fight, but it's also rerolled when I go in and out of towns, up and down stairs in a dungeon, in and out of dungeons themselves. So as I go up and down stairs on those shorter floors, I can be pretty confident that I'm not likely to get fights. Not a guarantee. But especially for like middle parts of that dungeon where I'm going up and down stairs frequently, we should hopefully avoid encounters. Also half-tiling in this game, but we'll probably talk about that more in Dragon Quest I. It's kind of relevant here, but you'll see me approaching these walls oftentimes up and down at a sort of half-step and bumping into them that way. It's a way of also very slightly reducing my encounter rate.
Yeah, the game clips you around it, and it doesn't increase.
It doesn't.
That
Yeah,
or
it doesn't
give you
decrease
encounter
that
on
number we talked about earlier. Yeah. Okay, great. I should have plenty of gold. Let me double check. We got a very important treasure chest at the top there. Wow, I am rich. Whoa. Wow. This is the Wizard's Ring, or the Prayer Ring. This is a very, very special item. We're going to collect 4 of these from treasure chests throughout the game, and what they can be used as an item to recover MP by either of my magic-using characters. And I can use them as many times as I want. The catch is, each time I use it, it has a chance of breaking, and once it breaks, it's gone for good. These things are really super awesome at the end of the game, and I will, much as possible, want to keep them for that part, specifically. Hang on to that, Moonbrook, don't break it.
What is it, 1 in 12?
1 in 10, I believe.
1 in 10.
I know we playtested it on DQ3, it is 10%. So I can also use these like in emergency situations in certain stretches of the game, but as much as possible I really don't want to, and I'm holding my breath every time I touch this thing. Okay, we should equip. Oh, I forgot to sell the sword too. I guess if I don't have to, I really shouldn't. One thing to note, I'm just double checking my equipment here, everything looks good. I have an extra wing even. We need more of these later, so buying it now is no big deal. When you die, we saw earlier, you drop half of your gold, so the possibility of death is very real in this game. So as much as possible, keeping items that I want to sell for gold later, keeping them in my inventory as much as possible is nice, because if I die, I can sell those items for gold for their full value still. If I sell them for money and then I die, I lose half of that gold. Okay, we're on our way to the next dungeon. You know what, I'm probably strong enough here. I could probably run away from an encounter like this too, though, but I'm fighting it. We're on our way to the next town, and I've got to go through the Dragonhorn Towers. There's a channel of water that separates these 2 pieces of land, and 2 towers separating that between the 2 sides. By equipping the Wind Mantle and jumping from the very top of one of the towers, you can cross over to the other side. So with the Wind Mantle equipped on Cannock, we can climb the South Tower and get over to the North Tower, over to Leonport, where we're going to get a boat. Oh, it's a trap. Don't be tempted. There was a Metal Slime sighting, but mixed in with scary monkeys, we're not going after him. Little damage at the end there. upgraded my weapon here on... Oh, it's another combo. Double club. Okay, so... In fact, one of the remarkable things is this boat, this Dragon Quest II's boat, is actually one of the very first modes of transportation in a JRPG, if you think about it. It's pretty old. This boat's seen a lot of days on the high seas. But these man-eater plants are pretty scary. They have our least favorite ability, the dreaded Sweet Breath, which is basically the sleep spell. And sleep is super powerful on enemies. It's just as powerful when enemies use it on me, so we want to avoid that at all costs. The good news is that they're pretty slow and I can beat them up pretty fast. Hopefully before they induce me to sleep. Same thing here. So I really have to think carefully on the fly every time I get into a different battle. It's always a different set of enemies. It's the same enemies, but it's always a different combination of enemies, and the situations always work out differently, depending on whether or not my spells work, who gets attacked, and different things like that. So I really have to be actively thinking about what the best thing to do is all of the time, and just making those choices quickly, too. The more time I spend thinking about it, the more time rolls over on my timer, right? Alright, so we made it to the South Tower. We've got plenty of resources, I think. 28 MP on Moonbrook is plenty. And I'll check my gold here in a minute, too, as we work our way up. I don't know about this fight. I meant to ask Pop about 2 Mandrill, 2 Heal Slime encounter in this place.
Oh, I don't like anything with Heal Slimes.
I know, right? But if...
Like, man.
I could theoretically, if I wanted to, probably pretty safely run away from that encounter. But 2 and 2, I don't feel that that's super safe to just run from. Double run fail is pretty much condemning someone to death, so... I'm just gonna fight these guys. Boggy's not super... Infernos is not super powerful on the Heal Slimes, but I'll fight my way through them.
Well, I mean, it barely works, right?
It worked. It killed one of them.
Oh, that's nice.
It hit some more of them and didn't do anything to one of them. Alright. Working our way up. A couple of encounters here, but we had plenty of resources from earlier, so I'm not really sweating yet. Oh, there's Sweet Breath, but the boys stayed awake. That's good. Start moving some of these out, too. Wow, she's got that much junk. Still have all these medical herbs. They're gonna sit around in my bag for... Oh, this is a curious fight. Okay, here's my play. We're gonna go after the Medusa balls heavily first. We should be able to kill both of them, hopefully, before they get sleep off on me. Good. We're dead. The Enchanter here in the middle is pretty non-threatening. Okay. Looks like we're okay. Increase. Ah, I got hit right at the end. It's annoying. Oh well. Not like I don't have plenty of medical herbs. Resources look okay. We need to go back and forth one more time, so...
You got a few clubs.
Yeah, I've got a pair of clubs.
It's a nice story. A pair of clubs.
And I've still got a Canox Copper Sword, too, so... Money should be looking good. Now it's the reverse? What is this? This, I think, is a rare instance where I'm going to use Sleep on the Man-Eaters. I almost never put these things to sleep, but I hit one of them. Oh, I got hit by Stop Spell before I hit him with Fireball. Oh, he's gone from interesting to less interesting and more sticky. Okay, one of those, I probably should just attack them with Bite. Oh.
This is the kind of interesting that Yuji Horii was talking about when he was talking about subsequent battles. And
well, the good news is that
originally.
that situation was interesting and not exactly perilous.
Yeah,
Because most of the situations it's just like, okay, this is pretty horrifying. That was okay. That was probably not very clean or good, but getting stop spelled when I went to use Gira there was pretty much a monkey wrench in my plan for doing anything there. But it looks like we're okay. Right. The NP situation is at 10. I've got tons of gold. We're already good for that cloak, even without the clubs.
Oh yeah, no, you're fine. You're stable.
A quick pit stop here in the North Tower. We're going to grab this. This is the Dew's Yarn, one of 2 key items I need to make a very special, powerful piece of armor, the water flying clothes. Unlike in the NES version, however, the trick where you can get 2 is not available here. We are only allowed to get 1 suit. Yeah, this is what I want. Mud Doll goes to sleep 100%. We can beat the Man-Eater. Another bonus here is that, with beating the Enchanter last, is that item drops that enemies... When the game decides whether or not you get an item drop after defeating enemies, it always checks based off of the last enemy that's been defeated. In this case, the item drop from this Enchanter is a Tin Charm. It's an amulet. It's actually a really good item, and I'm going to buy them later, but if I can get access to one early on in the game, it's pretty helpful. So we'll see if we can get one here. Oh, I leveled up. I have to wait till after I level up to see item drops in this game. I leveled up again.
Uh-oh.
No. I saw more text, but that was her learning a spell. Okay, great. We made it here to the next town safely and smoothly. Seems like maybe not super quickly, but no, we've got tons of gold, and that's part of it. Splits don't matter in this game.
Yep, splits are lies.
There are like 3 splits that matter in this game. Nana, Get, Shrine Out, and the end.
I mean, that is a real thing, though, is like, because like you were saying earlier, you know, you get lots of encounters or something, and
it's just a consequence of me having to fight a lot.
Yeah, things just even out, basically.
But as on the flip side, I've got tons of gold, so I can get access to better armor earlier on. So I'll wait to sell till after I fight. These guys might kill me.
Just running DQ2 without splits because the splits didn't matter and I didn't care. I was like, man, why do I have to remember to press a button that doesn't matter?
Yeah. Foggy. Yeah, okay. Okay,
get him.
2 Infernos hits, 1 for a lot of damage. Fire Breath is strong, and I got attack, but we're okay. One of them should die. Be a little careful here. Be careful. Very careful. Good. Nice hit. Magic doesn't always work on those things. Those guys aren't usually a problem, but we did save the game there just in case. Sleep can be a very traumatic thing to have happen in that fight, especially if everyone falls asleep. They'll kill you quickly, and that Fire Breath is very strong. The Princess in particular is pretty vulnerable there, and that's why it was nice that I bought the cloak before the fight. The extra defense power and dodge chance from the armor we bought from this store will help her survive a lot of things, but that fight is no exception. I'm going to sell a bunch of stuff now. I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to need gold, and I need the inventory space too, so... I don't have like a bag or any special thing where I can hold a lot of items easily. I'm kind of restricted in that sense, so inventory management plays a small part in this, but it's not like I have a huge, crazy amount of equipment or quest items to manage in my inventory. It's pretty tame. Just a few keys and... Alright. Just under an hour, we've been playing Dragon Quest II, and we've got ourselves a boat. It's time to hit the high seas, and we're going to explore and go a lot of different places. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Alright. As you can see, there aren't a lot of landmarks in parts of the ocean. We're going to be seeing a lot of solid blue screens sailing into the seemingly middle of nowhere. I'm sometimes helping navigate by counting the animation of the... Oh, I mistargeted there. I should have put count on the jellyfish. Oh, small mistake. going to do it here, though. To help me navigate, to figure out where I am, the bobbing animation happens every 2 tiles or so. So I'll just count a few tiles there and see where I'm going to go. We've got a lot of different places that I want to stop now that I have a boat. There's some quest items we're going to get, but in particular, we're looking to grab all of the different keys. The game has a few different quest item keys that are needed to access different colored doors in the game, and I'm going to need to collect all of them to get to different parts of the game at various points. So first we're going to go to the fishing village of Zahan, where we can get ourselves the golden key, and hopefully not get killed. Also, you can't tell here, but some of the ocean encounters, or some of the ocean zones, have different monsters in them than others, and you can't see where those lines are. In some cases, I'm taking particular sailing paths to try and limit how much time I spend in those more dangerous encounter zones, and they are really actually a lot more dangerous. I'm fighting things like vampirus and gargoyles and stuff, and my armor is not very good yet, so I'm not going to have a good time fighting those guys. But we avoided that, so great, good. Here in Zahan, I'm going to grab a couple more Wings of the Wyvern and some holy water, fairy water. We don't have the ability to out-level encounter zones very often, but we will get a couple opportunities here and there to use this to help reduce our encounter rate. This Traveler's Gate takes us back to Laurasia Castle, back home. Got a couple of things we're going to take care of here in Laurasia. With the golden key we picked up in Zahan, these golden border doors you see there at the bottom of the screen, we can open these now, and I can get into this treasury and take everything inside. There's some stat seeds and some gold, but there's also this key item, Roto's Token. I'm going to skip that last treasure chest. It's just another medical herb, and I think I actually have plenty of these things still.
There's at least a couple.
I have 5, it looks like.
5 couple, yeah.
Oops, I'm supposed to use the stat seeds before you stay at the inn, you goofball. I make this mistake a lot. You could get the benefit before, you know, well, whatever. Okay, the MP one I'm going to give to Moonbrook this time, +3. Whatever. It's fine. And then I'm going to save the game here. One of the interesting things about this game is that, unlike a lot of the other Dragon Quest games, when we use Chimera Wings or the return spell, we don't get to pick which town we want to go to from a list. It always sends us to the last town we saved the game at, similar to when we die. So it's very important that I save the game at certain times and certain places to make sure I go where I want to go. In this case, I want to come back here later with a Wing of the Wyvern. So I want to make sure I save the game there. Oh, I want to scum these string seeds too. Oh, nice 3. I just don't want 1 and 1 on the string seeds. And we got 3 and 3. Wow. 1, 2, or 3 on the string seeds. So those are the best rolls. It's not a huge deal, but every little bit helps. When we get exact damage on that killer machine later, oh yeah, it's gonna be great.
Can we get that in DQ1, please?
1, 2, 3, 7, 8.
So
yeah,
well, taking a kind of a slightly circuitous route to his next stop in order to go around a dangerous encounter area as much as possible.
And then I didn't get an encounter. Okay, that's fine.
Nice. Zahan is kind of smack in the middle of an encounter zone full of vampirus and other nasty things.
Yeah, gargoyle is also really strong. I don't have charms yet, so sleep or stop spell is just going to obliterate me. So I don't want that.
I'm sure vampirus attacking twice is really going to obliterate me.
Yeah, I just died of that too. But we've come here and showed Roto's token to that guy, and he lets us have Roto's helmet, Erdrick's helmet in the original version. He's called Roto in the Japanese version. Roto's helmet is the best helmet in the game for lore. We're going to equip it and basically never take it off. I think it's 20 defense power, which is a heck of a lot better than nothing that he has right now. And we also made sure to pick up the Sun Seal there. There are 5 elemental seals hidden in the game, and I need to collect all 5 of them in order to get Rubus's Charm. Rubus's Charm essentially acts as a key in the final dungeon, so definitely something I need to get. I need 25 more gold, and have a high encounter rate, so let's fight something.
Yeah, how about that, like, no encounters on World Tree Island, too? That was nice.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this has basically been like a key item pickup festival. Like from Zahan to everywhere. Grabbing that helmet, grab that sun crest, grab that World Tree leaf, because oh my god, you need a World Tree leaf.
Oh yes, the World Tree leaf. So we went over to that island and searched on that square where that tree was, the forest square there. That's the World Tree, and you can at any time in the game go to the World Tree and search that square and get one World Tree leaf if you don't already have one in your inventory. The World Tree leaf is an item that can be used to revive one dead person back to life at full health one time, and then it's gone. And then I have to go get another one. It's pretty out of the way to get one, but people dying is a huge problem. Sometimes I have to use this thing in emergencies, but it's kind of a last resort thing in a lot of scenarios. I really don't want to have to use it. In this case, we're gonna grab one of those, hold on to it, and we'll see how long it goes before I have to feed this to somebody because they died. It's gonna happen.
It'll happen.
All right, I needed 2,000 gold here to buy this secret item. Shh, it's a secret.
Do you want to buy ad space here? It'll be 2,000 gold.
No, the secret item is the jailer's key, and it can be used to open these jail cell doors like this one on the right here, and... Oh. Hello. Who are you? It's our good buddy Mr. Fastfingers. He's stolen Teppa's dam key, the ton key, and I need to use that as a sort of a pseudo key to get into Full Moon Tower. So it's a progression item that I need. We're going to hold on to this and use it later. Then we're going to sail south. This will wrap us around the world map and take us to the north side of Samuratoria. We're going to stop by there and get another very powerful piece of armor. And this is another really key thing that helps us progress in this game by stacking very powerful armor with high defense power on Prince Lore in the front, who also happens to be, because of how the game works, the most likely person to be attacked. We can extend the life of our party greatly, or put a lot more scenarios where he can keep swinging and fighting and killing enemies instead of having to defend, and that really doesn't help us a whole lot. So I'll throw away this leather shield. Some other soldier
might only be a sword, but he's a really good sword.
And we're going to equip this shield and basically never take it off. We'll take it off just very briefly to do an equip trick. We'll see a few equip tricks later, but we'll get to that later. And then it's back on the boat. The last thing we're going to get is the silver key. Well, we're going to go back to Zahan. I forgot, we're going to go back to Zahan after that. So we're going to go in this dungeon and get the silver key. The intended progression of the game probably has you going to get the silver key probably before you even go to Moonpeta and get Princess Moonbrook. It's a kind of buddy adventure with just Prince Lore and Cannock. But by doing things in this order, we're going to come to this cave at level 10. And level 10 happens to be the breakpoint where my characters are a high enough level where I'm guaranteed to run away from the monsters here. So this is one of the times we're going to use one of our holy waters. On this overworld strip, I can't get enemies since I'm a high enough level using the holy water. In this dungeon, the holy water won't work, but it doesn't deplete. I'll still get enemies in here, but like I said, since I'm level 10 on Prince Lore, my first character, I can always run away from these enemies with a 100% success rate. The only way I take damage is if I get surprised, and wouldn't you believe it, getting surprised and then subsequently poisoned in here is bizarrely a frequent occurrence to me. It's like 1 in 4 runs. It should be like nearly impossible. I'm so tough that I shouldn't even really be hurt. But to be ambushed by something that can poison me, it hits me and then poisons me. Are you kidding me?
What snakes did you agitate?
I don't know. It's because sometimes it's the bubble slime. Don't forget about him.
Oh gosh.
There are actually a lot of enemies in here that can poison you. So
there's a lot of poison enemies. Holy smokes.
Okay, so we got well, this is the third one we've picked up so far. We're going to give another life force nut to Prince Cannock, and he'll get more max HP. We used 3 of them on him now, so he's gained actually a total of 15 hit points now. They roll 4, 5, or 6. We got a 6, a 5, and a 4. So right in the middle. Totally fine. Okay, there was the silver key.
Got the silver key. Actually, that doesn't even get a jingle.
Nope, not in this one. It's pretty
because it's not a key item.
Pretty plain, yeah.
It's
I think we use it in this run 2 times. You need it to get to Devil Priest, and you need it to, I think, get in the lighthouse for a part, because we put it away after that. I'm pretty sure there's a door in the lighthouse that's a silver door.
I think you're able to get through that with something else also, though? I'm not sure. Because I've seen runs where you just, like, where somebody just, like, YOLO'd and did not get the silver key.
Oh, okay. Possible. There might be another route around it that's, like, a little bit longer, you know? I'm not 100%
I think all you strictly need it for is to, go fight the clown.
I definitely know you need it for that, because the one time I forgot it, that's what I realized you needed it for. You can't get down there. Okay, so... we're almost out of this dungeon. We picked up the silver key. We're going to take one more trip to Zahan, fighting the ocean monsters along the way. And really hoping we don't die. Actually, dying in this part is really quite problematic, but it's pretty rare. I've got plenty of MP, so I'm not worried about that. We fought very few things. My gold situation has normalized. It went from being, oh my gosh, I'm super rich, to now being normal and being broke again. But that's good. That's totally fine. It means it's balanced itself out. Okay. Because every time I hit enemies, it has to do that flashing animation for a couple seconds. You'll see me picking the defend command with a lot of characters in cases where their damage actually just doesn't matter, or I don't need it. In a lot of cases, attacking with Cannock, and it's usually Cannock, is just a waste of time. Not only that, but it exposes him to more damage in some scenarios as well, costing you more resources to heal him and keep him in good fighting condition. Or God forbid you attack greedily and he dies. That's never happened to me before. Ever. Oh, sleep failed on both sea slugs. 85%, and I missed them both. Wow.
Well, they're just so slimy, it slides right off.
Evaluating a bunch of these different ocean encounters as I go through here. Most commonly, we're going to see those 3 different enemies: the slugs, the jellyfish, and the Medusa balls. The Medusa balls are probably the biggest threat because they have the sleep spell. The slugs themselves also have sweet breath, but they're much slower and have an 85% chance of going to sleep, so a little bit easier to neutralize. And the jellyfish are generally easily killed by Infernos, but not all of the time. Sometimes it's usually a good idea to have Conan attack them, Prince Cannock attack them as well, and kill anybody that maybe didn't die. It's been a little bit.
You technically enter Alfgard for the helmet, but you never go to the overworld.
Yeah.
So I guess Alfgard has the helmet, but that's literally it. There's nothing else there.
We were there technically on that shrine to get the helmet very briefly, but yes, we will never actually have to go to Alfgard.
You just hop on the
Erdrick's sword is there, but alas, it has not become any more powerful in 100 years, and since that time they've invented better weapons, so...
I'm surprised it hasn't gotten weaker, but it has the exact same strength. It has the exact same strength on it as it does one of the same cartridge. It's literally the same sword.
It's literally the same item ID, I think, right? It's the very same.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
I took the time to force a fight.
The issue with that is that you can buy weapons that have higher power than Protoss sword, so...
You notice I took some time there to force an encounter before going towards Zahan. That was to try and help reduce the chance I was going to get a strong encounter like that right outside of the town, and I still got one. We got away though.
Yeah.
That Gargoyle Vampirus combo was going to do a real number on me.
That looked awful.
And if anyone died, well...
I was wondering what the zigzags were for.
Okay, so I'm going to do these barrier tiles. Each time I move on this, every half tile does 7 damage to everybody in my party. I am... not super great at doing this. There's a way of always consistently doing it, but I'm gonna be careful and make sure I don't die here in the glass. Thanks.
This is definitely one of those places where the half-stepping trick we were talking about helps, though, because it like the thing with that step is that it just literally does not seem to register as a step to the game's engine. So that includes here also, where there's like
that's just a waste MP. That's not death. It's okay.
I'm actually
sorry to.
No, I saw 4 HP and I heard oops. Like that's.
As soon as I said oops, I knew you would misinterpret that.
But yeah, the half step does not count as a step for counting stuff like these damage tiles either. So you save a ton of HP by making sure you do that everywhere you can along this way.
Yeah, there's 3 different spots I can hit a half tile and save myself. Effectively 21 HP.
He can equip that, but it's not worth it.
He can also equip Light Sword, which is better.
Yeah, he can equip like more or less the second best sword in the game.
You can just buy one of those.
That's fine. Yeah, and you do, so that's fine.
Being a little bit more diligent. Pop at one point sent us a list of like, oh, if you just always do this, step this many times, and then heal this person, it should always work. And I meant at one point to actually review that and learn it seriously, but no, we're still going to do baby steps here, make sure I don't die, and great, we made it.
Somewhere. I'm sure I've got like a folder in a Dropbox that looks like a pile of yard debris. That is like all of my notes from every source for this. And it's mostly organized like the recycling bins on Wednesday.
You guys will get to meet Pop San later in the marathon. Twitch Pop. If you guys don't already know him, he's a world-class, legendary speedrunner, Dragon Quest speedrunner from Japan, and a very good friend of ours in the community, and one of 2, him and Null, basically the greatest Dragon Quest 2 players on the planet, and he's taught us so much about how to play this game well, and
one day I'm going to remember those things.
Encouraged us to continue trying to improve and get better at this game because it's extremely challenging. Speaking of extremely challenging, we're gonna fight a very, very powerful enemy, and that's why I saved the game, because there's a 60-40 chance he kills me.
Hey buddy, you got the jailer's key? Nope. See ya.
Immediately uses the jailer's key.
Immediately uses the jailer's key.
In classic Dragon Quest RTA tradition, it's usually faster to lie to NPCs than tell them the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna fight this guy, Akuma Shinkan, the Devil Priest. This guy is extremely strong. Yeah. He's in the originally we fought a evil clown, but this guy's a mace master. He is a lot more powerful, and he's cast explode it twice, and that's going to kill me.
Yeah.
I have to hit him with stop spell to keep him from casting explode it like that. He has about a 50% chance in his AI. It's a little lower than that to pick explode it, and that basically just kills me. After I hit him with explode it, he's going to get mad. After I hit him with stop spell, he's going to get mad, and he's going to repeatedly attack me over and over and over again. He's not going to waste his time with magic anymore. He's smarter than that. He attacks for a ton of damage too. So immediately after I stop spell him, I'm also going to need to hit him with surround and lower his accuracy. Oops. From there, I need to pray he doesn't hit me and kill me while I chip him out here with some of my attacks from the princes in the front of the party. Maybe not, since I have the Cloak of Evasion. I may have opportunities to use Infernos on him, but we'll see. If I don't hit him with stop spell in the first turn, and it's about 50-50, I basically am in massive trouble. Okay, well.
It's interestingly relevant that some enemies have AI that causes them to keep casting spells after they have had stop spell cast on them, and some that don't. Like, this guy will just be like, right, I can't cast spells anymore, and start hitting you with those things he's holding. But the monkeys, like gold bat boons and stuff, you can cast stop spell on them, and it will actually land. For instance, it's like a 60% chance. And they are monkeys, so they're too stupid to understand that they can't cast magic anymore, and they keep trying to cast it.
That's right.
It's really fun when they just, like, the gold ones start, like, continually casting Sacrifice, and it just can't resolve.
Yeah, it's extremely powerful. It's very relevant against those things, especially. This is looking pretty stable though this time around.
Especially considering how many more of those you fight than this thing.
I'm probably going to be able to beat this guy. I think I just need to hit him one more time. 2 more times, I lied. But we hit him with the Gira for 20, so we got him.
Got him.
113. That's not too bad. Yes, we've come here to defeat this guy for the Staff of Thunder that he drops. Yes. So.
Given your trip to the Mirror of Ra, things are pretty good and stable.
Yeah, I'm feeling... Oh, I have no inventory space. Too many of these medical herbs. I'm gonna throw one away. Yeah, I guess I do want to heal. Might help later. Now we're getting out of here. We picked up the agility seed, right? I forgot this one marathon, so... I came back, I walked back and came back to go get it.
Oh no.
Moonbrook's agility is very important. As you can see, we're depending on her to go first, so we're going to give these agility seeds to her, but I'm going to hold on to them and save the game here in a little bit and make sure I get good value on these things. It's super important. They're very critical agility breakpoints where our chances of her going first and then subsequently being able to survive or not is just that much more important. So, we're going to do a lot of equipment and inventory management here. There's kind of a bit of stuff going on here. I'm going to throw away Lore's armor. It's just made out of leather, and we're going to get this Gaia armor. And I think I have space, yes. The Sacred Knife will go to Princess Moonbrook. Let's see, I'm going to throw away her stick and equip her knife. This is just kind of luxury. Occasionally there's some situations, especially against like jellyfish, that her Sacred Knife will come in handy, but it sells for a decent amount of money to equip that Gaia armor too. That's probably a good idea. And then I'll make some space in Cannock's bag. He's going to get the Bolt Staff of Thunder, and we're going to do a bit of a equip trick here. I'm going to equip just the Thunder Staff and nothing else. Check his inventory and then equip everything back on. I don't need the Wind Mantle. When I do that, the game redraws his inventory and puts the Bolt Staff to the top. Now when I go to use items in battle, the Staff of Thunder will be the first item, and oops, I have to walk in there. And it'll be easy for me to get. Items that I'm going to want to use as items in battle, I'm going to do that trick to do that so that I can just get to them easier. That's why we get the cloak. My princess is not dead because we could afford a cloak of evasion earlier. What do you know? Oops. There's the Bolt Staff. She survived again.
Whoa, yeah, good survive.
Hey, we survived. We got the spear drop from him. Nice. All right.
What? Yo, all right.
It's not worth a ton of gold, but I'll take it. Okay, so this part of the...
I think that spear drop from that thing is like pulling his teeth out and sticking it on stick.
Pretty much. They may as well be. Here's where I'm going to roll these agility seeds. And unless this one is a 3, I'm going to reset the game. Oh, a pair of 1s. No, thank you.
God. Throwing away a pair of aces.
We're going to use 3 agility seeds, and we want the total to be at least 6. So from here on, I'm looking for at least 4. But 5 or 6 would be terrific. Let's see, what do we get this time? 1 and 3. Okay, we'll progress with 4. Plus 4 is fine for now. Okay, stay at the inn, heal up, and move on to the next thing. This part of the game actually features a lot of route diverges or option selects based on where you currently are with your status. As it turns out, we managed to defeat the Devil Priest. It was second try, but when we did defeat him, I kept my Leaf. I did not use it. So with Leaf in hand, I'm going to take my Thunderstaff, and I'm going to go directly to Tepa, to the next town, to Tun. And this is extremely dangerous, though. I definitely wanted to do not want to go to this town without having this World Tree Leaf in my hand. But there are some advantages and disadvantages to going with the Staff of Thunder as opposed to a Light Sword, which I'm also going to acquire pretty soon for Cannock. In my opinion, this is like the first huge ramp up in monster difficulty. Not in the ocean here. These guys are, you know, whatever. But this journey to Tepa, once we go upriver and get onto the overworld, the enemies are extremely strong, extremely fast, and I gotta be careful. Let's leave it at that.
I don't like Tepa.
If been playing this game a good bit lately and looking at my splits and reviewing stuff, this section is absolutely consistently the worst one for me.
Oh
this
my
is
God,
so
this
brutal.
Atrocious.
This is so brutal.
It's a rough spot. It's just a rough spot.
We are barely equipped to maybe win some of these fights. Like, it's kind of like that. It's tough. I will keep overstating the difficulty. With any decent luck, we'll get some cooperative encounters and it won't be so bad. But
I mean, it's a thing, right? Where it's
when
like,
you blink and I get obliterated by monsters, don't be too surprised either.
Yeah. I mean, at least like when you're like, you know, topped off and everything, a good like 2 or 3 fights around the Tepa area with strong enemies, it can be like okay as long as, well, mostly especially if you don't run into problems like sorcerers that start casting Firebane. That's like one of the biggest dangers. I feel like.
Yeah, the wizard-looking fellow that we may run into is absolutely hands down the most dangerous enemy I can run into right now. And there's an encounter where there are 2 of them together. They have Firebane spell, which at this point in the game does 25 to 45 damage to all 3 of my party members. And hey, look, Princess Nana's max HP is only 40. She can just straight be killed from full health by 1 spell by these enemies. They're that powerful. So, this is the other encounter I wanted to ask Pop about. What the heck do I do about?
I don't know.
What is this fight? I can't fight the orcs without dealing with the heal slimes. I guess I got pretty fortunate that they went to sleep. I didn't want to attack with Cannock
I feel like
there.
I would have just pressed run, and that wouldn't have been the right answer, but it would have made me feel better.
I did that last time I got in this fight, and they killed Cannock, of course. It looks like...
Yeah, well, I mean, what doesn't kill Cannock?
Good question. Good point. We fought them. They went to sleep, fortunately. Orcs don't reliably go to sleep, but they went to sleep. That was... Oh, I didn't cross the line, did I? Oh,
actually, especially here before you get...
This is
okay.
This is kind of a good gimme encounter. I'll take a Hork and a 1 out of 128 chance.
We're getting like the rare sampler pack.
I know, right?
We got like a pair of Horks, a pair of heal slimes, and
one Hork.
And a Hork. Is this a full house? Like
what was that? That's an easy encounter. I'll take that.
Man, I want that for like the first section.
I did not handle this encounter efficiently at all.
This first trip is especially tough because you do not have the benefit of anything like God.
It's fine. This Infernus will kill all of them.
Oh yeah, there you go. You woke up. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like, I mean, after you've at least been here, you can like don Waterflying Cloth and give close hiding to Conan, and like everybody's, you know, at least sort of better equipped.
The trip upriver is much shorter too. This first trip around is tough. We have to go around. I'm in an easier encounter zone if you pay very close attention. This is actually overlapping with the spot we crossed to get to the tower, or the Dragonhorn Towers. So I'm going to take one more encounter on the encounter line where it is before progressing. This will give me the maximum distance before the next encounter, which hopefully won't murder me. I think of this encounter. Nice dodge.
I don't like gold orcs.
The Berserker woke up and I missed the Hippobongo. This is gone from good to not so good. There's the Hoini, the heal I was waiting for. Oh, nice Kaishin. That's a good critical hit right there.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
Heal is the smarter play here, although I wonder if I shouldn't beat the Berserker first. Well, Hoini is a problem now. He's not going to sleep, so let's just keep trying to... Okay. I think we're going to be okay. This was a slow encounter. I definitely didn't handle it very efficiently, but we are going to handle it safely. Sometimes that's all you can do. Get through in one piece.
Particularly great way to handle gold orcs in general. Like,
no, not really. Those things have a million
They're
hit
fairly
points.
resistant to most things that would be convenient for you, and they are pretty
They're
hardy
tanks.
physically also.
Oh wow, it's another spear.
Okay.
I'm getting a lot of good drops here. This is good.
Just pulling all these teeth out of all these monsters, dude.
The really lucrative item drops are going to come later, but that's okay. Alright, we've made it here to Tepa, or Tun Village in Dragon Warrior 2. We're going to drop off our loom that we picked up in Zahan, and the yarn that we picked up in the North Dragonhorn Towers to Uncle Waterflying Close, and he's going to get to work.
Good old Uncle Waterflying.
But Uncle Waterflying Close can't finish his namesake until we reset the game, actually, is the trigger here. He just tells you to come back later, and he's very arbitrary about what later means, but later means save your game and turn it off and then turn it back on, essentially. So we'll do that in a minute, but not just yet. I have Suimon no Kagi. There it is. That's the damn key here. We're going to open this up. That's going to turn some of the desert tiles in the overworld into water tiles, and let me take my boat up to Tepa, which is going to be important to get to the Full Moon Tower later, but it's also going to, like we said earlier, make it easy to get our water flying club. Okay, great. We're progressing pretty smoothly in that part. If we made it first trip Tepa right away, then we should have smooth sailing for a little bit, I feel.
You know, that little walk from Osterfair to your boat.
Oh.
Is one of the things that terrifies me more sometimes.
Those are the same
Because
encounters that show up outside.
Is Tepa.
Yes, they're the same encounters that show up outside of Tepa Village. You can get the double shaman special there. I had a run, I think, where I walked outside of town, got a fight there. Somebody died, so I walked back into Osterfair to revive. Walked back outside, got another fight. Someone else died. Walked back in town, revived them, and then proceeded to be fine. But 8 medals.
Game over.
I don't think 8 medals is an encounter on that island in this one, but if it was, it would be nice to see instead of firebaning.
And they all cast Gira on Moon.
Or the, even just the headhunters. We didn't see big groups of them earlier, but they are very fast. They go to sleep guaranteed, but, oh, there's a wind drop. Actually,
at this point,
that's reasonable.
Moon's fast, but not quite that fast yet.
Well, I've got a lot of random junk that I need to sell. This is definitely a dragon killer run for sure. I basically already have enough gold for it.
Dang.
Another major option. Oh, I don't need a leaf. Nobody died, right? We still got it.
Nobody
great.
died.
We're just
That's why
we're just
you're gonna
rolling.
Yeah, just going.
Just rolling along. Great. Okay, we're gonna stop here again in this town. They sell some very powerful weapons and armor here that they don't sell anywhere else. And we're gonna pick ourselves up 2 new weapons. One of them is going to be a light sword for Cannock. Oh, I gotta fight here. Great. Okay. You know what? We're running from this. I wish I already had Tin Charms, but I don't. Whatever. Okay. Hang in there, Moonbrook.
If you did, it's like...
Don't fall asleep. I just don't want everyone to fall asleep. Oh, triple run failed. They're gonna start attacking me now. The gusts run out of MP and they start attacking. They actually do a lot of damage. We are pretty close to the world tree, so dying there isn't like traumatic, but...
Yeah. Is there a church in this place?
I don't think so.
No?
Not that I know of.
Gosh.
They're, uncultured here, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna start selling some junk in my
I can't see the
bag.
goddess from underground.
So we're gonna get a light sword for Cannock, which is a very powerful weapon. He's gonna use it for the rest of the game. It's the best weapon he can equip. And we're gonna buy either a big hammer or a dragon killer for Prince Laurasia. The dragon killer is more expensive, but it has higher attack power. And some games you can afford a dragon killer, and that's great. Having the extra attack power, I really, really prefer the dragon killer. But other runs you can't afford it yet, so you just buy a big hammer because you need something. In this case, I can buy the Dragon Killer without even selling the steel sword, so we're going to keep the steel sword for now.
Yeah, nice store of value that doesn't degrade when you die.
I forgot about that down left thing. I always do that here.
Which can definitely be a thing. And man, that Dragon Killer attack, it definitely, you can feel it.
I think it's 15 points of extra power.
You can definitely feel that in like places like the Undersea Cave, especially like it's a lot easier to kill killer tigers with I mean, I want to say you get saddled with like mostly having to do an extra hit if you have a big hammer on killer tigers there, right?
For most of those floors, we end up moving the light sword to Laurasia the first time we go to the Undersea Cave. But I've been lately hitting a lot of killer tiger specials in Rondarkia on the first floor.
Yeah.
And you don't weapon swap there, so whatever lore has equipped, you deal with it. And even sometimes the Dragon Killer is not enough to two-shot those things reliably.
Oh, yeah. That's
but
true.
you're even in a tougher spot with that big hammer for sure.
Top level of Rondarkia is like you're if you get an encounter there, it's just like terrible luck anyway.
Well, yeah, kind of.
Like, you spend like no time, like under 20 tiles on that floor, or you hope.
There are some rough battles there, those Hell Emissaries and Killer Tigers, and I think there are some formations where they come together. Although Metal Babel can show up there too.
The first floor of so many dungeons in this is like rough. Like Undersea Cave, Rondarkia, especially those two.
First floor in these dungeons is like classic. Like even Full Moon Tower has ugly first floor battles that has mummies.
Not the dark eyes, the blood eyes.
Yeah,
mummies.
The devil eyes and the mummies are just no good. Okay, these dragonflies are really strong, but since we upgraded our weapons, we should be able to defeat them without any difficulty. They have 40 max HP. Oh, 34. Okay, actually, you know what? Princess is going to be good here. Spotty. Didn't kill the snake either. Oh, kill something, please.
Oh, at least the snake's asleep, right? So...
Yeah, the basilisk is guaranteed to go to sleep, but...
It's a snake, so you can charm it. Get it?
Pretty much. The king cobras, I think, are guaranteed to go to sleep as well. I sometimes use that on them in Moonbrook Castle when they show up in big groups. If you don't have Infernos, yeah, that's super helpful. Okay, great. We've come here to Baran. And, excuse me, sir. Here's where I'm going to save and reset the game. We're going to avoid the inn in this town. There's a special scene that happens if you stay at this inn with everybody in your party alive. We're going to avoid that cutscene by doing a couple of tricks. The cutscene basically steals your world tree leaf, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, this place kind of is not Remolder.
Okay, so that's me saving and resetting the game here in Baran. The cool news is Baran is going to sort of be our quest hub for a while, so our return spells will take us back here for a good while. And the other news is that we needed to reset the game to get Uncle Water flying close to finish his job, so that's what we've done there. We're going to head back to Tepa, but before we do that, I'm going to make one little stop here. Something hidden in the corner up here. It's the third agility seed. Oh, I forgot to use my rings, too. I wanted to scum this anyway. Okay, there's a +2, so... This will be a waste of some menu time if she breaks my ring, but...
Do it. Do it. You won't do it.
Don't break my rings, please, guys. Please, guys. I'm just gonna reset the game if it does break. Is Camelot gonna be okay with 20?
No.
Oh, I have to use returns, oh no. Alright, no, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, so, as we talked about earlier...
You would normally do, like, in front of the save guy.
Yeah, I meant to do it in front of the save guy because if one of those rings breaks, that's, like, massively tragic. So I would reset the game to get my ring back. Rather than staying at the inn, I'm circumventing it by recovering my MP by using the prayer rings but breaking one would be, like I said, a huge disaster. So we better save the game first. Okay, this looks much better now. So we got +6 agility now on the 3 agility seats for Princess Moonbrook, and now she's going to be even faster. I don't think she picked up the level yet. She gets 5 hit points at her next level. I don't think she has those yet. No, she definitely doesn't. Is this level 8 for Moonbrook? Yes, it is. There's 5 hit points and 5 points of agility. Great. These stat gains are 100% fixed when your characters level up, so I can predict these. In fact, we very much count on and rely on these for decision making at various points in the run. What level our characters are has a very meaningful impact. Even one level can be the break point between what is a good idea and what isn't. In fact, picking up those points of agility here could be huge in a fight like this. Well, she didn't get murdered, even though she didn't go first. This guy should.
In pretty good shape for taking 3 attacks first.
Yeah, 2 of them were on Cannock, and he's defending, so that's great.
Okay. Yeah, there's actually a couple of websites that are basically databases for checking stats and damage and things against various enemies in both DQ1 and DQ2, due to the fact that stat gains are set in stone.
Yeah, it's very specific.
Yeah, we've got stuff that you can literally like plug in like what your party and then what they have equipped against like X enemy, and it'll tell you like damage on everything basically. It's excellent.
And I spent a good bit of time digging in there and looking into some very specific enemies and figuring some things out. And you learn some very interesting stuff about specific enemies that way too. I was kind of obsessed with Gigantus at one point, our jolly green giant friend, and poring over all this data. His targeting actually is a little bit different. He favors Nana and Sama a little bit more, and Lore a little less than most enemies do. It's so obnoxious. These things are so powerful. They're so fast.
It's not priority backwards.
It's not split. It's still weighted in Lore's favor, but it's slightly lower than most other enemies. It's more evenly distributed. It's really strange. Oh no, this is the strangest 2 shaman fight I've ever seen.
I've seen ones with like Killer Tiger, for instance, has no it doesn't care which one you are, as I recall. It's like evenly split, and there's several enemies like that. Usually ones that are really good at physically attacking. But Gigantes, I didn't know exactly that about it. That it's like. It
seems that it's like. At least that's what I think I noticed. But just like really bizarre things like that. Or when I got crit by the Hibabongo and I had to figure out what is the probability of that thing actually selecting a critical attack, and it's astronomically low.
I'm too interested not to look this up. so I'm gonna find that information just because I can. Okay, so the normal split, since enemies have weighted targeting towards the front, is generally 44, 33 to 22, going back along from like Lord, Salma, Moon, right? So, and that was from a killer machine. A killer machine has normally weighted attacking. It looks like. If you have two characters left, then chances are risen accordingly, and it goes like 57, 42 and change. So what we were talking about was Gigantes, the big green giant, and that guy is a weirdo. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, his chance to target the front, Laurasia, is at 37.5 as opposed to 44%, and then he has equal 31.25% chances to hit both Kannak and Moon.
Okay,
so
that's what it's like.
He favors the front, but only mildly, and then he's got between like a. It mostly seems to balance out with a dramatically larger chance to hit Nana, because that's like +7% or +9% on that.
And that's definitely, I think, what I feel the most there in that particular encounter. Jeez.
Gigantes just likes to smash stuff.
It's our friends we were talking about earlier.
Oh my god, this encounter that I deeply dislike. I don't like most encounters in this game. I don't know what I'm trying to pull.
With that particular encounter, some of these first 4 group encounters, I'm breaking my don't run away from monsters rule because fighting an encounter like that can be very slow, and then in some ways, wow, we're hitting 3s on all the string seeds. Some of the encounters can be slow to fight, and you can actually just waste time in a slow fight. But because I'm so close to town there, if somebody dies, I can backtrack back to the town and revive and come back in here without a huge time loss. As I move up the tower, or conversely deeper into dungeons, it becomes harder and harder to do that, and I need to play safer and smarter as sections go on. Boggy is the right play here since it just straight up kills the thing.
Here's one of my favorites: the fact that orcs are too large to be put into their own group or put into groups together, according to Game Engine. So these 2 gold orcs are gold orc and gold orc.
So the sleep spell targets by group, and I can't put them both to sleep with the same sleep spell. Gold orc Killer Tiger is the infamous ultimate crud battle.
Yeah. This is the Full Moon Tower equivalent.
Yeah, basically.
But Vampirus is nowhere near as sturdy or dangerous as a Killer Tiger. Killer Tiger is basically like the version of a Vampirus that you can't kill.
Yeah.
At least not easily.
80 max hit points on those things. I had a second fight here. Oh, wow. Okay, 3 Vampirus is
kind of blows over in a stiff breeze. Like, as blown by Infernos, for instance. And they very easily go to sleep. But then you have Killer Tiger, and Killer Tiger just doesn't
keeps
agree
attacking.
with any of that, really.
He just keeps fighting you.
Just keeps going and going and going.
He called for friends. I was going to end this encounter with that turn, but now it's not over. There's another one.
But I love friendship.
Well, his friend fell asleep and died. After all of his friends who called him here also died.
Maybe next time.
Oh, alright. We'll see. But, no, Vampirus not really my friend. They can double attack, and monsters that double attack in this game that have AI where they double attack, where they attack twice in one turn, when they choose that, they always attack the same person 2 times in that turn. Every single enemy who can do that does that. So when a Vampirus chooses to attack twice per turn, he always hits the same person twice that turn. It's brutal. We'll see a lot of other enemies later do that. Atlas, who's guaranteed to attack twice per turn, always hits the same person twice in the same turn, and it's disgusting.
It's fun to think about how that chest that you passed up has an MP seed that's actually pointless.
Pretty much, yeah. When you think about
growth and everything, even though MP is a strict thing, you don't need that one. So just walk by.
You kind of think about how important MP is at the end game, but then you think about what 3 max MP would do, and it's nothing. Because you're recovering off of prayer rings, you're always running off of fumes anyway. It helps you to cast 1 extra spell, maybe, right? It's kind of not really helpful.
You're gonna cast heal with it.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna cast Chiaria with it, and you're gonna heal poison.
The poison breath, yes. Okay,
you're gonna get poison breath, full poison breath from gold baboons, and you're gonna run.
That's
and be
my
Chiaria,
favorite.
Chiaria, and you're gonna be like, boy, I'm sure glad I had that 3 MP.
Yep. Well, we got the important quest item we needed here in the Full Moon Tower, but there's our 3rd wizard ring at the top of this tower, if we're counting, and we definitely are counting. Okay, no encounter is also good. I'm checking some stuff in my inventory and figuring out what I'm going to do with all this stuff. I have that sword, that's what I have extra. I'm just taking a look over my stuff here. Okay, cool. That was pretty smooth. That tower can be pretty daunting. Oh, I don't need to go in town here yet. That tower can be pretty daunting, but we didn't get very many encounters, and the encounters we got were fairly reasonable. Vampirus generally don't cause too much of a threat as long as I'm careful, and they were pretty sleepy there. That was really it. As we approach the or excuse me, the top, the upper floors of the Full Moon Tower. Those encounters are very scary, but we didn't see anybody up there, so that's probably for the best. There's a small chance of countering Liquid Metal Slime, Metal Babble up there, and that's great. If we can fight him and defeat him, it's a huge deal at any point in the run, really. But seeing nothing is just as well. Alright, so we completed the Full Moon Tower. Next step on our checklist is to head to the Great Lighthouse. And the Great Lighthouse is the Star Seal. We talked about the Elemental Seals earlier. I haven't been really terribly focused on collecting them. That's what we did in Osterfair. I guess I probably should have mentioned that. That's kind of why we did the challenge. It wasn't for the Iron Spear, that's for sure. Oh, your inventory's full.
But you only have 3 Iron Spears left.
I sold them.
Oh. But you only have no Iron Spears left.
I could use a few more Iron Spears, you know?
I mean...
Just a couple. Okay, this is a different kind of inventory trick there. I bought a Mage Staff for Princess Nana, and this can be used to cast the Prince Cannock's Gira, the Fireball spell, for free in battle whenever I want. I have moved my inventory around such that her Mage Staff is going to be the first item. We're actually going to get a lot of mileage out of this Mage Staff. We'll see her flinging it up and burning monsters, and usually finishing off wounded enemies. Because of her high agility, I can sneak attacks in before enemies and just kill them before they get to retaliate. Okay, so coming up here, we're doing the Great Lighthouse, and actually this is what I would say kind of a part of the run where we get to coast a little bit more.
A little bit.
The tension level for most of these dungeons is ratcheted up to like 9.5 to 10, like all of the time. But for this dungeon, the degree of difficulty is a little bit lower. The monsters aren't quite as strong because of how we've sequenced to these dungeons. And we're coming here with some pretty strong weapons and whatnot. So the lighthouse usually is about just efficiently grinding through these random encounters along the way. It is a pretty big dungeon, especially the first floor here is quite a slog to get around it. And I fought it earlier. I've been seeing Pop fight the 2 ghost and 1 ghost fights. I think they resolve faster on average just to slash them. Whatever. I'll have to practice. Part of it is just building muscle memory that, you know, once I see it and respond to it quickly, I'm still building muscle memory on turn 1 stuff for actual, real, important encounters. So, you know, let's focus on that too.
Let me get working on that Anki deck.
Exactly.
I haven't actually started that. That's soon. That's soon.
Oh.
One of the things that I was talking to Pop about is that, like, so while you need to be, like, you know, real flexible and know your stuff to deal with every battle, and the, you know, ebbing and flowing of tide during said battle, you pretty much start almost every fight, like the vast majority of fights, in roughly the same, like, topped off kind of state.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to take care of your, you know, your HP and everything, or you just get waylaid. So other than, like, you know, generally slowly leaking MP due to actually fighting things, you start, like, you know, every fight in the same state. So most fights will open exactly the same way with, like, roughly the same set of optimal commands to give.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see what happens from there, and then you know, start acting. So I was gonna make, like, a flashcard deck for exactly that, for all the openers.
Yeah, so basically, the optimal decision making for turn 1 is usually fairly stable. There are some variations depending on what your level is and some other things for certain encounters, but generally speaking, you're looking at the same kinds of enemies and the same kinds of formations. such that turn 1 ends up playing fairly similarly. Turn 2 is always totally different, as I said earlier. Like,
yeah, like everything
whoa,
is on the fly as soon as you've done like the.
We took the crit there. Oh, excuse you. Excuse me.
That's why I really don't like Shinigamis, man. Like this first, I was gonna mention something that like this first floor of this lighthouse is like actually kind of deceptively dangerous thanks to both Shinigami and to the
saber lions.
The lower, the saber yeah, those things. Can the saber tigers crit too?
Yes.
Actually. Oh
yes.
my god, why?
They can double hit, and they do basically no damage to everybody, except Kanok takes like 10 plus damage. Shinigami are the same way. Yeah. If he's not defending, he can just get killed by them.
That's what happened to me once. I was just like...
Crit notwithstanding.
I just dumpstered that run. I was like... I had Kanok die on floor 1 because of like a crit from a saber tiger or something, and I was like... You know what, man? This is not today. I guess. Like I could have you know, just kind of left and gone to town and revived him and stuff, and I wasn't having it at the time. But you know,
sometimes
you can deal with that, but you know, sometimes you just don't.
Yeah, sometimes this game can be rough to play. Sometimes mentally speaking, it can be a tough game, and if you're not playing your best, it's very easy to get wiped out. And sometimes when you get wiped out, you get a little frustrated, and then you start playing even worse, and then the problem just snowballs out of control, and all of a sudden you can barely even play the game, it seems.
DQ2 has been making me a broken husk of a man for years.
Overcoming that
even
kind
since
of
childhood.
Overcoming that kind of difficulty is another part of the
playing it casually to speed running it either way.
Indeed. So keeping a good mindset, and one of the things I've really been working on trying to practice is just moving on, forgetting about that thing that happened 2 hours ago in this run, and just keep moving on, man.
Yeah.
That's all we can do sometimes in this game.
That really is it.
But so far, it looks like we're not having too many problems yet, as expected in the lighthouse. We're gonna fight these dragonflies. If there's something that's gonna kill me, it's gonna be these guys. In particular, getting surprised by that battle is one of the fastest ways to leave here in a body bag.
Yeah.
The fire breath attack that those dragonflies are capable of doing does very little damage, half damage to Princess Nana on account of her tin chakra, on account of her water flying clothes. But the boys here are taking full damage from that, and it's like upwards of 20 damage, I think. It's fairly strong.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
It won't be so bad later, but right now at this point, I need to make sure that my characters have at least 50 hit points when I'm walking around because of those things. They're too strong.
I'm curious. I'll take a look.
It's something I should know. It's the dragons have it too, so I don't actually know the max damage from the weak breath. Strong breath caps out at like 46 or 48 or something like that.
Oh god, it's so high.
It's brutal. It's disgusting. Can't deal with it. Too much of that. We'll see plenty of strong breath. And well, then there's Shido's special super strong breath, but that's the Shido special. Only the final boss has that.
The Shido special. Let's see. Range is 12 to 20.
Oh.
On weak breath.
I was right.
Actually, isn't that just literally Dragonlord's weak breath?
Probably it's the same. It's probably
like
the
Chimera,
same.
It's basically Chimera breath.
It's probably.
I mean, same engine, so yeah. So average 16.
Okay, Life Force not there. We're gonna give that fourth one that we got to Moonbrook. As I said earlier, it's important that we have very specific stat lines for sometimes. And this few extra hit points on Moonbrook will make a huge difference, especially in my opinion when we go to Road to Roan. It greatly improves her probability of surviving the onslaught of the killer machine. And having her being able to do something and not get killed in fights with those things is generally much better than forcing her to defend or having her just die outright. It's not going to protect her for sure, but it's going to give her that extra edge.
I mean, every time you've got to have somebody defend, it means you're fighting with one less party member.
Mm-hmm.
And
You know,
boy, is that not
Cannock,
convenient here.
it's understandable. He spends all of his time defending anyway, so we're used to it.
Oh, yeah,
But
that's true.
Moonbrook,
Yeah,
I
he doesn't
can't
have anything to do, though, so...
I can't have her defending because I need her.
She actually has the important spells.
She has important spells that I need. Ooh, this is Manusa. This
She
is
really
what I was
does,
looking
until,
to
like-
avoid. I'm actually stuck running from that fight now. Bonk, bonk, bonk,
Until you
bonk.
get Firebane. Firebane
Yeah,
is
Firebane
definitely
is
big helpful.
super strong in this version.
I like this.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be one of our like grinding breakpoints where, oh hey, we're not gonna advance until I learn Firebane.
There's a lot of the some of the more dangerous, or like somewhat more dangerous fights, like things like 4 dragons, 4 blizzards, are also sort of easier to handle because you just press the Firebane button.
That's pretty much why we don't go to Argon's Castle. Dealing with dragons is actually kind of slow and inefficient until we have Firebane. The big groups of them anyway. Oh, plus he like can't even get to the castle because the blizzards murder you. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Without Firebane, you have no efficient way of dealing with 4 blizzards. It's going to take you 2 turns to maybe kill them. Because low damage Thunder Sword rolls or Boggy rolls isn't going to be enough to kill them on its own.
Yeah.
90 hit point max on those things, I believe. Or maybe it's a little bit low. No, it's got to be the same as... I'm almost positive it's the same as Dragon. It's very close.
My boy Blizzard has 73 to 92 HP.
92 max, so very close.
92.
Dragons have 90. I've seen exactly one time a Blizzard survive Thunder Sword, Firebane, plus Infernos. You know what he did?
He wipes you.
He immediately killed somebody with Zaraki.
Oh, that's fun.
He gave me... No, it was fun. I ambushed the Blizzards.
You ambushed Blizzards.
I ambushed the Blizzards. One of them survived, and he killed me. It was the most laughably hilarious thing.
Glorious. Hey, you want to hear something else that's glorious? They have Gigantes targeting.
Oh boy. Nice.
Do these things even normal attack?
Yes, they do. I've been
yeah,
killed by double Rukanon and then double physical on Cannock.
Oh,
Will kill him.
that'll do it. These things are such...
They show up with the Gigantes and they cast Rukanon like every single time. That their AI selects defense, it seems like 100% once they're combined with Gigantes. It's so bad. I hate Blizzards. Blizzard is the worst enemy in the game for... as his reputation is well deserved as being basically
I don't know,
the worst.
I still like to see 4 of them because I really like to not make decisions sometimes.
Well, kind of.
Like,
It's
by then I'm really tired and I'm like, you know, phew, these guys are dangerous, but at least I know I just press. At least I know just to press Thunder Sword, Firebane, Boggy.
You just pick
and,
that
like, cross
command
my fingers.
and either
Sometimes
they're
it's a relief,
dead or
you
you're
know?
dead. Yeah, it's you did the right thing. It's in their hands now.
It gives my smooth shining brain a nice release. You know what I mean?
Just a moment of relaxation. Okay, we didn't get Gremlin Bug, which is great. Oh wait.
Oh yeah, God, Gremlin.
Wait. Hold on.
Wait.
I've seen this before where they're A and C are in the same
are they
group.
split in 2? And
Yeah,
they're
it's
weird. Yeah.
kind of bizarre, but it should be okay. This is not actually Gremlin Bug. Because there's not an empty formation.
Yeah.
This is a very rare... the enemies here don't always spawn in the same formation. There's a very rare glitch that happens where there's an empty formation. I can softlock my game if I attack the empty formation. But we didn't get Gremlin Bug there. That was just a weird instance
It only
where
happens
that...
here.
Yes. There's a... Oh, we got a wing drop.
Okay.
It was just very strange that first group was split. That A and C were in group 1.
Yeah,
and B and D were in... I've seen that one other time too.
It's so weird. I don't know why they do it. All it did was cause a bug.
Yeah, it's
like it doesn't do anything like that on NES. It's just for Gremlins.
In SFC, it's split always 2-1-1, but it's always that same setup. So yeah, no Gremlin Bug there either. But yeah, it's very rare. I've encountered it exactly one time in all of my times running this, and I of course softlocked my game because I screwed it up.
Yeah, I've definitely I want to say I've hit like 2 to 3 of those, and I don't feel like I made it through them. So what happens is like the formation of the gremlins, just those gremlins at the top of that lighthouse, ends up being based on
it's like the previous encounter
factors that are influenced by your previous 5 encounters.
5 encounters, goodness.
There's at least one website, if not a couple, where you can actually plug in your encounters and find out if you're going to get gremlin bugged.
Oh, I see. I knew
it's really that's a really cool resource if I thought I was actually going to remember my last 5 encounters, but I don't. So
I'm not
I don't
going to remember the last 2.
I just soft lock my game. It's fine.
Yeah, no, it's totally cool.
So, yeah, it's easy. So,
anybody can do it.
Yeah, it's so easy. You just like what happens is like you slay gremlins, right? One of them is in like the ether, and
it's very hard to explain. Yeah.
Yeah, like once you have you'll basically see like a blank spot.
Your cursor can end up going off of the screen, kind of, and that's how you have to do it correctly. You have to target this formation that's like off of the menu. You
are able to move your cursor around in ways that start like leaving artifacts around like all over the screen and stuff.
In ways it's really not supposed to move. It's very bizarre.
It starts being able to move freely. Like you can just keep pressing down forever and it'll just keep looping and stuff. But you're supposed to pick an encounter like roughly 2 or 3 spaces from a given point based on which version of this bug you received.
There are 2 different types.
And then you're able to and then you're able to actually target them. However, you also if you can play through this, but you also have to be careful, because let's say you kill the gremlins you're allowed to target, right? Since this game is smart enough to have you go and fight enemies that exist over fighting enemies that don't,
you'll retarget to another formation.
You're like the automatic retargeting is unreliable in this case, because the automatic retargeting will just go to the first formation it can find, which will soft lock your game.
Yeah, you'll attack this formation that has no monster in it, and it'll say your character attacks, and then the game just sits there looking at well, what did it attack?
There will be nothing there because
it just sits there and you can't move.
It's pretty cool.
It's kind of sad, yeah.
So the last few minutes during that bug explanation have really just been like, oh my god, water seal. Have been Diener not forgetting the water seal like I do every time. Basically inventory maintenance, storing items that are unnecessary to carry around anymore, storing gold so it doesn't get dropped on the floor, and going to beat up the baby devils under Moonpeta to go get the water seal. Or the water crest, rather.
Yep. We picked up, of course, the star seal in the lighthouse, and we've come here to get the water crest. I'm going to stay at the inn one more time. I'm very picky about having complete maximum MP and extra herbs and full resources going into the undersea cave. This place is awful.
I couldn't imagine why.
I've had multiple times, especially in GBC version, it really taught me to stock up on a couple extra herbs coming into this dungeon, and the chance of getting through without having to use a wizard ring is much better. My resource management is just much better by packing even just 2 or 3 extra medical herbs. You can use it with Princess instead in a lot of these high leverage scenarios instead of heal more, because it's way cheaper.
Yeah, GBC doesn't have the luxury of stair canceling.
You end up getting more fights. The encounter rate itself overall seems a little bit lower. Maybe that's just anecdotally, but without the reset,
you also step full tiles.
You feel it in that dungeon more so than you do other dungeons that just have long stretches anyway. Like Roan, it barely matters there.
You can just screen transition through stairs and end up in a fight, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe you have to take a step, but I don't know. I'm actually gonna run from this encounter. My defense power is high enough that these enemies basically can't hurt me, even if everyone falls asleep to Sweet Breath. I have to be careful in battles that have Medusa balls, though, because they have, or even the Magidrakis, the Tahoe Draki. They can lower my defense power. I've been killed trying to run from Medusa Ball Sea Slug at an extremely high level. You fall asleep, you get your defense power zapped, and then you get killed somehow, and you're kind of scratching your head wondering how you died to these things that you were killing 10 levels ago.
I quite clearly remember a time going to the undersea cave and running into 5 Tahoe Draki, and then 5 Tahoe Draki put me to yellow HP because they just kept spamming defense.
Yeah,
and I couldn't run.
The defense spell lowers everyone's defense power in your party by 50%. It scales with your current defense power. So, wow, this is a fun fight. I'm not worried. They can't hurt me, but it's just a huge waste of time that I can't... Oh, wow. This is a great game. Could you imagine if these enemies were actually strong? Like, oh, I'm still asleep.
Oh my gosh.
I take 2 damage at a time, and I've taken like 20 damage in that encounter. What the heck?
If I were to imagine them being stronger enemies, I would be imagining you dead like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, seriously, wow. I was asleep for like 8 turns.
That was so many.
I got ambushed originally, right? I fell asleep, but I lost like 6 turns. Run failed 1 time, everyone fell asleep again. Great, super. It's fine, don't worry, it's okay. We're here in the happiest place on Earth, as you can tell by how inviting it looks.
That's right. This is Dan Halen's Volcano Fun Camp for winners.
This is an extremely stressful dungeon. The encounter handling at the lighthouse is gone. It's back up to 10 out of 10 in terms of how much danger I'm in basically all of the time. I've got to get to the bottom and recover an item, the Eye of Malroth here, and that's going to be a key that we need later. But we're also going to get this. This is the 4th wizard ring here. Okay, great. Big enemies to look out for are the gold orcs, because they're super tough and they can heal other enemies and themselves. But especially the killer tigers. Killer tigers have up to 80 hit points and do a lot of damage and are very fast. It's one of the reasons I've equipped... Wow, the encounter has been good so far. One of the reasons I've equipped the light sword now on lore. Canock is kind of a liability. Like, him trying to fight is a bit of a liability. So I'm going to get more mileage out of this light sword by giving it to lore and telling Canock basically to defend all of the time. Unless I need healing. Either way, he's not going to be doing much fighting. Oh, the mummy. The mummy.
Now this is a formation.
The mummy has a sleep hit, but fortunately it looks like I avoided that. I'm gonna have to use the mage rod to kill this thing though, and that's gonna kind of compromise the princess's life a little bit. Yo, do you like that defend call?
I do.
We didn't die.
Just got water flying claw, thankfully.
Yeah. But that's one of those things where I have to know, like, is my character going to survive something if I defend? If so, defending is a great idea. If my character is too weak to survive, defending is a bad idea. Trying to do something and winning the turn order game is way better. So, I actually have to know. And you have to... I'm serious, you have to, like, know all of this stuff precisely, whether or not you're going to die here. And you make the wrong call, and you just die there, so... It's such a tough game because you need to know these very specific things. But in that case, I know that if I attack with her or try and heal herself and she loses a turn order there, she could die. But if I defend, then she can take at least 1 hit. She only dies there if both enemies hit her. And that's just terrible luck. Especially since the killer tiger was hit by surround. Killer tigers do get hit by surround, guaranteed, but they can still hit me 50% of the time, and yeah, wow, defend, again, the right idea. I'm feeling good about myself for making smart choices.
Killer tigers, like, decide on a target and attack them until they are dead, I believe.
Heal again.
In this.
Sometimes they switch, I think, but sometimes they also, it's like they can pick, and then they, I think I looked at their... It was something that was translated as focus attack in the,
that's what
Japanese
I'm seeing,
thing.
Actually. Yeah, they have a 12% chance of deciding on concentrated attack.
And I think once they pick that, they pick whoever they hit last time or somebody, and then they just keep hitting them. And so the targeting rate on some of my characters does go up a little bit, and that's kind of a thing when I see Princess Nana taking damage. Defending becomes an even smarter idea because she might be slightly higher
That might
chance
be
of being.
the focus.
Yeah, exactly. So all of these tiny details from researching this monster behavior comes into play when I'm trying to decide what to do in these battles. It's a lot of information to keep track of, but
really
and I don't have all of this facts memorized. In some cases, I'm kind of like wishy-washy about. I'm like, I think you'll survive here, and then it turns out I'm wrong, and I look bad, and somebody's dead. But yeah, that's okay. we're always learning.
Do as I say, not as I do.
We're always doing better. This has been a pretty smooth undersea cave, though.
No kidding.
I'm pretty happy.
How many
I've got enough.
encounters have you had? Like 4?
We had to fight the double killer tiger Golork with that. Sorry, I'm a little bit lost with my menu stuff. I want to move the light sword back to Conan, and I also want to give him the water flying clothes. He's going to have an important job in this fight. The magic armor we just picked up, I'm going to give that to Prince Lore, excuse me. He's going to get Dragon Killer and magic armor, and then I want light sword and water flying dress. HPMP looks good for this fight. It's a force encounter with 2 health. No, it's not. I got a random battle that ambushed me on the...
What?
The guy didn't walk down. I was like, well, that's weird. He didn't do his walk down animation. This is so absurd. I have to make sure that I'm in good condition at the end of this fight because I'm pretty sure the force fight's going to trigger as soon as this is over. And this is very bizarre. I've never seen this. Leave it to a marathon, right? Classic marathon memes. This has never happened before. My defense power's been sapped, which is really lovely.
Oh gosh.
I think healing is actually smarter there. Pretty sure Boggy wins the fight, but just okay. This isn't exactly what I wanted. Yeah. Oh wait, I'm talking to. I can open the menu here. Oh my god, what is going on?
You haven't pushed against the guy yet.
I'm talking to him. This guy's walking down. Now the fight's starting.
I think you briefly regained control while.
Yes, I did. That was really bizarre. I've never seen that before. Okay, double fireband before Nana went is bad, but this is why we set everything up the way we did. This is totally fine. It looks terrible, but ooh, triple fireband. This is kind of rare, but we should be okay.
Oh yeah.
I've been in this situation more than once, so.
Yeah, this happens, honestly. Like,
this is why we set up the water flying clothes on Canok, so he can use his sword to beat everybody. It's going to be slightly stressful and may even be worth using my leaf here, because it's fairly easy to recover at this particular juncture, just to get this eye. Like, if I get a fight here and Canok gets killed, I'm going to be very sad.
Yeah, given what just happened, I think.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I figured, did you actually put the Skull Knights to sleep? Like, what was going on with that fight?
Yes. Those guys go to sleep
okay.
about 85%. The one on the left fell asleep. The other 2 did not.
Oh, they were just being resistant. Okay. I was wondering because it seemed like you were getting beat up, and I was like, was anything asleep there? What?
I hit one of them, but the other ones went pretty heavy with defense, so my defense power was completely gone. So just one hit was doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, okay. Oh god. See, I look away for 1 second.
Exactly. That's what this run is.
And that's the game. You look away for 1 second. You don't do that. That's what happens.
You slip up once, and then everyone's dead. All right, I can't run away anymore because if I fall asleep, I'm going to get very badly punished. My defense power is being reduced again by monsters we were fighting 2 hours ago. It's okay. Oh, that's our 3rd club, 3 of a kind. Okay, we use the leaf just to be safe, so we're definitely going to get another one before we head into this next dungeon. Surprisingly, Undersea Cave wasn't too bad, although we got a bit of a bizarre ending there. Oops.
They heard you talking.
Okay. I actually want to leave the princess dead right here, right?
I would think so, yeah. For the...
We were gonna kill her anyway. Yeah, no, definitely. We'll just leave
Yeah.
her dead. Okay. We talked about it
You're not scaling
earlier.
back, so-
In the inn in Baran triggers a scene if everyone in your party is alive. But by killing anyone, it doesn't even have to be Canok. Anyone in your party being dead makes it so you won't have that problem. That's to make sure you're... If Canok was your only living party member, it would cause a serious problem. Let's see. I've got a few inventory management things to do. Hold on. Like there's something I want to sell, but that's not true at all. Oh, that combo I just got, the club. Oh boy. Here, take this.
Club?
45 gold. I am gonna fix some of this inventory stuff. You have no armor equipped, but that's fine. Okay. I want magic armor to start, and then... Oh, I have an extra tin charm. That's what that item is. I totally forgot we got that in the Lighthouse. Oh yeah. That's money. 480 coins to be exact. Alright, we're gonna grab a couple extra... Oops, I don't need more herbs. I still have a couple. We're gonna get some more of these wings though. These wings are really handy, especially at the end of the game. Oh, it's a lottery ticket. Great. I really don't need these anymore though, so... Oh, I'm seeing what the mistake is here in my inventory. Canok picked up the leaf. That's what's going on. Yeah, I like to have a ton of these things.
Oh, okay.
I get to white ground.
What can I say? I'm not, yeah.
I get to white ground and I loop a lot, and what happens is Canok is the one who keeps dying. And it's like, oh, well, I need to wing because nobody else has return.
Yeah, okay, I get that.
I also want to store item. We're done with the moon fragment, so we're going to stash that away as well.
Okay. That's how heavy the PTSD is from the white ground.
the white ground, yeah. Oh, she thought about blocking me, but then she moved out of my... She saw me coming. She was like, she knew I had no patience for Starno today. Oh, she's blocking me. She's halfway in between the two squares.
Yeah, she knew. Yeah.
Alright, we got a little bit of blocking there. There's still plenty of time. Although lately the guard in that shop has been... Everybody in Baran is super rude. Okay.
That's fine. We're all gonna get 130s DQ1 anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially,
like,
especially
an hour early. No problem. Yeah.
He's gonna finish first.
Oh my god.
Can't wait till Countess finishes first in one of these. If we have enough of these, it'll happen. Anybody can win the DQ1 race. Let's be real.
My Countess is gonna have an 80s training montage. It's the eye of the Countess, it's the will of the fight.
Okay, great. Let's fight here in the overworld. It's okay. Okay, so we've recovered the Eye of Malroth. This is a key that we're going to use here in just a moment. You'll see. It'll open the next dungeon, the Road to Rhone. The Road to Rhone is one of the most infamous dungeons, I think, in RPG history. This dungeon is filled with pitfall trap tiles, infinitely repeating hallways that make you feel totally lost, on top of being filled with hordes of incredibly deadly monsters. It makes progressing here nearly impossible if you don't have somebody like holding your hand, basically. Now the good news is that as speedrunners we have a special prognostication that will let us avoid all of the traps and know where to go, but our levels are super low for this dungeon, and what the heck is this fight? Whoa. Whoa.
That's what I'm saying about floor 1? Like, look at this. You know what this is? This floor is like, it's very like the bottom floor of the Undersea Cave.
Yeah.
It's got roughly the same enemies.
I forgot to equip some armor. It seemed like Lore got hit awfully hard there. Did I forget to equip his guy armor? Seems like something I would do. Always equip. Advice from my very good friend Evil Ash. always equip. No, it's
No
equipped.
armor doesn't do anything if you don't equip it.
You bought it. You may as well use it. We didn't buy this. We stole it from the shopkeeper, and that's why we forgot. No, it was equipped. I just got hit really hard.
It's just that killer tigers are awful.
He must have been missing health from the previous encounter in the overworld, and I just kind of forgot. That's okay. Alright. The encounters pretty much change floor to floor in every single floor of this dungeon, so we're going to see different enemies on every floor. One of the things you'll see me doing is flip-flopping Cannock's armor. He's got in his inventory both the magic armor and the cloak of evasion. Both of these pieces of armor have exactly the same amount of defense power, but one of them reduces magic damage from spells in battle by 25%, and the other one grants a 15% extra dodge chance to physical attacks. Depending on which floors I'm on and which monsters I'm going to encounter, one of those effects is definitely better than the other. On the lower floors where I encounter these kinds of guys, or the Hell Emissaries that can cast Firebane, I want to be equipped with the magic armor so I can keep fighting. But as I move up and fight fewer and fewer enemies that cast magic and more enemies just with painful physical attacks, like killer machines, or dragons where the fire breath is, the magic armor does not help against the fire breath, I'm going to want to be equipped with the Cloak of Evasion. So between the second and third floor here, you'll see me doing a lot of flip-flopping on his equipment, just to give him that little bit of extra. That extra chance. We need to stack every little advantage we have in our favor in order to survive sometimes. So every little bit matters, every little bit helps. There is a whole huge checklist of things I'm looking to complete here in this section of the game, and I can't really progress to the final endgame level grind until I complete all of them. The first major and most important thing I really want to take care of first is collect all of the cool weapons and armor that are hidden in this cave. Berserker. In particular, the in particular, we want to make sure we get the Hat of Happiness that's in here for Moonbrook, and the Thunder Sword and Rota's Armor for Prince Laurasia. Those are going to be his strongest weapon and suit of armor that he gets access to. Oh, I wonder if my Discord's acting a little funky again.
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sometimes I have this issue where I'm sitting here in Discord listening to you, and then suddenly I can't hear anybody anymore until I leave and rejoin. But no, you're still here.
I just wasn't saying anything. You're commentating pretty fine on your own. So like...
No, that's totally fine. I just got a little suspicious when I didn't hear from you for a little bit. That's totally...
you haven't left me anything to say. I don't know what to do.
Well, that's fair enough.
Well, then again, I did say I was here to heckle you, so.
Well, don't worry. This is the part.
You gonna get Hargon Knights again? Actually, get some Hargon Knights again.
I saw another Hargon Knight earlier this week.
Oh, why? What is this? I'm never saying that stuff again. One time fairly recently, while Diener was having a run, I was like, "Hey, Diener, I'm gonna gift 5 subs if you actually run into Hargon Knights, because there's only one place that it's possible, I believe."
I'm pretty sure the 4th floor of this dungeon is the only place they can possibly show up, and we spend
like the least time there out of any floor.
Encountering one of these things is really bizarrely rare, and the messed up part is that they're disgusting. They're frighteningly strong. They're like impossible to beat. So, it's kind of a bit of a joke.
I don't even know what they do. All I know is they showed up and I was, like 30
I'm
bucks
pretty
more.
sure they have Rukanan. They can double attack per turn, and they're immune to sleep.
I'm about to find out, because again, I can't contain my curiosity. Just trying to find their name in this.
I think I tried to cast Surround on them one time, and it kind of worked, and then they murdered me anyway.
Hagon no Kishi.
Oh, and they love to show up combined with their friends Flame on that floor. Flames show up on that floor too. And fighting flames with the Thunder Sword is one thing. Fighting flames when Nana has really good agility is one thing. Fighting at them at this level without the Thunder Sword is
so dangerous. Yeah.
Is so bad. Nana's MP has been crippled here. I'm not even sure I'm going to have enough in the tank here to get the armor, which is kind of a bummer. We spent a lot on that killer machine, or excuse me, that Metal Hunter Killer Tiger fight in the very start. That was kind of detrimental to my... Had a big impact on my MP here at the start. I'm basically broke. In terms of MP, not in terms of gold. We've got plenty of gold, don't get me wrong. Oh, I've been surprised.
Oh, they can crit.
Oh, they have critical attack too.
At least I think.
Yeah. They're one man.
Yeah, okay. They attack. So they have spells and Behoimi.
Oh, they what is this monster?
They have Behoimi on self.
They can heal themselves till full when you're nearly killed them. The more I learn about this thing, thank God we never ever have to fight these things ever, because that is is so silly.
Normal condition is like yeah, normal. So their threshold is 38 HP for Behoimi. Which is like sub 50. It's 50%. It's 50%. Yeah. And then because their max HP is 77. Which that's actually important here because in at least these particular Dragon Quest games, you got this thing where enemies they spawn with a range of HP, right? It's like 80 to it's between 80 and 100% of their possible maximum.
In this version, yeah.
Right, but that doesn't change their maximum. Their maximum is still their maximum. So if they can heal themselves, they can still heal.
It's the Star Kimmerer problem.
It's the Star yeah, exactly. So like if a Hargon Knight casts Behoimi with its 77 max HP, it's just going to have 77 HP when it's done. It looks like, let's see. So if they are like normal condition, above 38 HP, they attack. They have double attacks. Ooh,
I knew that much. Yeah.
Attacks, double attacks, Rukanon and Kaishin. And then if they dip under half, they have Behoimi at like 12%.
Oop. There we go. Okay.
And you can hit them.
Good.
And you can hit them with Stop Spell, but it's only 60%.
Well, probably just gets them to attack you even more.
They have 60% from defeat also, at least.
Oh, great.
So, you know, I guess if you're...
Come back down there with like, Zaraki, and we'll be okay. We'll be just fine. Alright, so we took one trip through Roan Cave there. It didn't go super well. I got most of the treasure I wanted, but not everything I wanted. The first trip I really like to get Roto's armor as well. Just complete all the item get stuff on the first trip out of the way. But it didn't look like we were able to manage that, but that's okay. From here, there's, like I said, there's a whole big checklist of things I want to do. One of the things, of course, now that I've got most of the equipment, I need to get through the dungeon itself. There is a shrine on the overworld not too far from the exit of the cave that I can save the game at, and that guy actually has a special thing where he also revives and fully heals and restores MP of everybody in the party too. The final save point. It's really convenient to save the game there for a variety of reasons, and it's going to be our final quest hub at the end, so to speak. So we need to save the game at the shrine on the other side. So I'm going to grab Erdrick's armor out of the cave and equip it, and then we're going to try and climb up the dungeon. But guess what? It might not go well. More so than any other part in the game, I think this is the most likely part to get wiped out, especially if I haven't killed Metal Babel yet, which I have not. There's still chance, There's still time.
One dark eye. At least it's just one dark eye.
Yeah, seriously, I wasn't gonna fight it.
Dark eyes are worse than the next floor. Dark eyes are one of these things, right? So you might notice that there's like more than a few enemies in this game that seem to exist solely to both be resistant to and dish out a bunch of status effects. They literally can't take what they can dish out, but that's better for them than worse.
Actually, I have a free run. I'm actually going to bail on that. Most of the time, just killing stuff is the right play, but I think that's a disgusting.
No, I'd run from that. How do you even kill Dark Eyes? They're invincible. I have no
I
idea.
have Thunder Sword, so I can chop them to bits pretty easily.
Okay, I didn't.
I should be one-shotting them with the Thunder Sword, but
are Dark Eyes really that low on HP?
Lore is just that strong, basically.
Oh, it's swinging. I thought you meant like using it as an item.
Oh, no. I'd have to chop those things to death one at a time. That's what I mean.
Yeah, okay. That's what I figured.
With the Thunder Sword equipped as a weapon, and not used as an item in battle.
Oh, yeah, all right. That's what I kind of figured that. I was like, I think these eye enemies are like one of the kinds that are fairly resistant.
I would imagine that they are. Yeah, I would.
And they are. Yeah, they've got like a 1/3 chance to get hit by Gira likes, basically.
There's those classic.
That counts for. There's a resistance of. There's like 6 different like kinds of levels of resistance to magic in this game, and like 5 out of 6 of them are the various status effects, including instant death from Zaraki. And then the other one is attack magic, where things just attack like anything that is like Sizz.
Yeah,
or
all of
Fireball
our
or whatever. Everything like that can either like miss or not. Based
all
on
of
that
our damage attacking spells share the same resistance. So a monster, if is resistant to attack damage magic, it doesn't matter which spell it is. Fireball, Firebane, Infernos, and Explodette all have the same chance of hitting monsters that can resist attack magic. And there are some monsters, like metal monsters, that are completely immune to attack magic, for instance.
This also includes my confusion with the lightning sword, because any items that can do magic damage fall to that resistance. Also,
yeah, use that same resistance. So the mage staff and the thunder sword, if I use that as an item in battle, nice Kaishin. Which we actually will do quite frequently. If you were paying very close attention, you saw when I got the thunder sword, I equip tricked it to the top of Lore's bag. We're going to do one more equip trick for the Shield of Strength that Canuck will get. But with the equip trick, it's only relevant for things that character can, in fact, equip. So sometimes it's nice, and we'll get a luxury extra Shield of Strength, but I can't equip trick that one to Princess Nana, for instance. Partly because I want to use the mage staff there instead, but partly because she literally cannot equip it, so I can't trick the game into moving it. The position of items is basically based off of equipped items are always go on the top, and then items are in there based off of the order in which you got them or equipped them for equipped items. So.
Even more relevant for Laurasia, where you can end up with him having a shield of strength that you can equip, but you don't want to because it's not as good as Roto's shield. But you still want to be able to use it. Like during a fight with Belial, for instance, Zarlox, as I recall, it's good to take Nana's shield if she has one and give it to Laurasia instead, because Belial can be a really weird, dragged out fight where sometimes you just end up in a position where you're just trying to like run him out of MP, so he stops casting Heal Wall, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And it's easier to do that when like Laurasia and Sama can heal themselves with shields. Nana, on the other hand, kind of just like eats it because she doesn't have waterfall. By that, she doesn't have waterflying cloth anymore. Basically,
yeah,
give it to
she doesn't have enough max HP to survive in that battle, and doesn't contribute in a meaningful way because of that monster's resistance to attack magic. The shield,
all that guy's resistances are pretty heavy all around, so like you just forget about it.
Yeah, it's like 50-50. The Shield of Strength, by the way, is an item we're going to get. We can use that as an item in battle. It can only be used in battle this way, but the person who uses it basically casts Heal More on themselves for free. And it's a super helpful efficiency MP saving tool. It also happens to be the best shield that Canuck can equip, so it's also a nifty bonus. No, SK, We haven't even seen our good friend
Nope.
Hagu-chan, let alone been able to swing at him enough times to beat one.
To be fair, we haven't been here very long.
No, this is true. Maybe we don't need to be here very long. Maybe we can get through here without
That would be fun. Yeah, that would be great.
killed too many times, right? Maybe?
That sounds like an excellent plan.
That's a pretty big maybe, though. We've advanced here.
It would be very cool if you could actually plan to do that, but...
This is the final floor of the cave. I'm coming here with Princess Nana level 11. This is like rock bottom levels for this part of the game.
Okay.
Most of these encounters are extremely dangerous, and if I don't handle them very carefully, I will die instantly. And even if I do handle them carefully, I might still die. But that's okay, because a big part of this section involves earning enough XP. As long as I win some of the encounters and move on, then we can make good progress. This is a pretty tame fight. Killer Machine is by himself usually pretty fine, but combined with Mage Vampirus, if we see them together, that's one of my least favorite things in the world.
Oh my god! It's another shout out to the DPS plus support formation that this game like rolls out constantly.
Mage Vampirus as a monster by himself is not too dangerous, but he casts defense, and once he lowers my defense power, the Killer Machine, which has very high attack power, proceeds to basically kill everybody in my party a lot easier. Because it's based off of your defense power, it takes away half of your defense power. Prince Lore in front is affected by it much more so than everybody else. We need him to swing his sword to defeat the Killer Machine, but the Killer Machine is too strong for him to do that safely. I just try to use my leather shield as an item in battle. That didn't work. That was some muscle memory. That's supposed to be the shield of strength, but I do not have one yet.
What else is he gonna do?
He could help. He could help kill this thing. I don't know.
I guess. I don't know. Sounds boring. But look at this cool shield.
Whoa, nice. Okay.
Okay, good level.
Yeah, we're making progress. 2 dragon is acceptable now, I guess. Bite, weak breath. One of them went to sleep and we're killing the other one. That's okay. Now we're killing the one that...
It did maximum damage to Nana, I noticed.
Oh, but
it was cut in half.
It went very slowly on turn 2. Okay, good. That's a good fight. Dragons are worth 480 XP, and this is Dragon Quest. Believe it or not, old school Dragon Quest games, they have dragons in them, and we really actually do want to fight dragons. Maybe not huge swarms of dragons right this second, but later on, especially, once we save the game at the shrine, I just want all dragons all of the time. Lots of dragons.
This is kind of like why we don't see any later, is...
We kill them all in this game.
Yeah, they go extinct. Like, Hargon pretty much has them all kept on a reserve between here and, like, his castle. Especially in his castle. But then we go and, like, slay them all, so...
Okay, that's another good fight. So pound for pound, like I said, 480 experience points per dragon is a lot of experience. They're still pretty strong and dangerous at this point. So if I can encounter them and beat them, it's very good. If they kill me, it's bad. But, you know, it's okay. So far, so good. We're almost near the exit of the cave, but believe it or not, our troubles are only like half over if we can get out of here. This is another good encounter. Wow, I avoided Killer 2 Mage Vampirus and Killer Mage Vampirus Berserker so far. Those 2 encounters specifically I mentioned by name, but yeah, they're some of the worst in here. I think Killer Machine plus Berserker plus Mage Vampirus is like the worst hardest fight to deal with in the possibly in the entire game. I was handling it a little bit incorrectly on turn 1 for a long time, and I stopped to think about it, and then I asked Pop about it, and he was like, "No, you got it right now." It's like about using surround on the Killer Machine in that fight.
Yeah, okay, I remember this. Yeah.
And I was like,
well,
okay.
That's because that's one of those encounters with kind of a flip switch, right? Like based on Nana's level.
Sort of.
When you're once you're above 13, you can use sleep, kinda, but...
With the 2 Mage Vampirus fight, I like that. With what Pop
Oh,
said,
yeah, okay.
since there's only one Mage Vampire, Sleep is a little less powerful. And he said specifically, like, the break point, like the flip switch there could be at 14, but you get pretty good value just always using Surround on turn 1 in that fight.
Yeah, that's probably just a better thing to do in general. Yeah.
It's just good. You can evaluate on turn 2 whether to put the Berserker to sleep or heal someone, based on what happened. So it's
like,
a lot
the killer machine is like the killer machine's gonna be there a while at that kind of level is, I suppose, the primary thing about that.
Kind of.
Like, so
there's a good chance
disabling
he's there longer.
Yeah, disabling him when you don't really have much of another choice.
The other threat of it too, of course, is the Mage Vampirist, like you said, if he casts defense, Lore suddenly dies in 2 hits to the killer. He can survive 1 hit, so if you dodge one and get hit by the other, then you can keep fighting. But without Surround, he is in so much danger. Oh boy. Uh-oh. He fell asleep and then he died.
Oh.
Yeah, I need to run away now. Okay, that's good. This is another tough call about using my leaf here.
You use your leaf here.
I think it's smart to use my leaf.
I think it's like a windmill slam, to be perfectly honest.
If I wipe out on the
because you're gonna go out later anyway. You're either gonna get sent packing, or you're gonna go out later anyway. And either way, you're gonna go swing by.
The real truth is that having him alive does let me fight some of these encounters. I don't want to fight most of them, but a fight like this I can actually maybe handle. Except Stop Spell failed twice? How has Stop Spell failed twice in this fight? It's 85% on these guys.
I thought it was 60.
Sleep is 60, Stop Spell's 85 on these guys.
60. Well, 85% is yeah.
that was bad luck.
What else do you say about it? Yeah.
That's fine. We got him. We killed
you're
him.
alive.
I'm alive. I've got 2 MP left on the princess. I'm basically stuck.
That would have been leagues worse without a living Lorasia.
Yeah, that I would have been stuck running, and I could have very easily been killed. But we made it here. We saved at the shrine. One of the hardest parts of this run is over.
Cool, just kind of waltz through that. Alright, maybe not waltz through, but
I would say that was pretty fine. That's totally good. Okay, now it's time to turn around and head right back into the cave where we just came from. Sound great? Sounds great. I did equip swap, yes. I want magic armor on the surface. We'll switch back when there. Okay, so as I said, there's a big checklist of things I want to do. I need to still buy a Shield of Strength and get my Rubus Charm. We're going to grab another leaf too. Yeah, watch the Zaraki. Zaraki is the defeat spell, thwack. So guess what? Oh, whoa, Tsukon, thank you. May I have another?
Oh, good.
These Cyclops guys are pretty much a joke. They usually don't hurt you much.
Cyclops have like... Yeah, but, they have...
I've been hit by Rukanan, and now my other guy is dead, so this is a lot of fun.
Oh, that's good.
Whatever, it's cool. It's fine, because as long as Conan is getting experience here in the middle, it's fine.
Yeah, it really is true. Everybody else can wait.
So, another major important thing I want to do is, before progressing on to our other huge level grind at the end of the game, I need to get Firebane spell at level 18 Canog. So I need about 2 more experience levels. At this point, with my strength level and my gear, the best place to get XP efficiently is back in the cave. So we're going to try getting back into the cave. Try. And we're going to earn XP. I don't have Firebane for this fight. I'm not happy. Wait, what do we even do? Fight him again. I attacked so I could at least kill one. I don't think the Thunder Sword by itself is going to do it.
Oh, yes, but I don't know. I figure if you did the same thing next turn, you'd wipe them all.
Well, maybe. Might just beat them all by fighting in it. Oh! Down goes Conan. Dang.
Oh, so long, important guy.
He didn't have enough MP to cast it. I've never seen that before.
What? Oh, Blizzard's trying so hard and succeeding, apparently.
Yeah, he's succeeding.
Disconcerting, at best. Oh, good, Gigantes.
Even better. So, I haven't really mentioned too much about this, but in order to finish the end of the game, I'm pretty much completed all of the quest stuff and unlocked the final dungeon, but my characters are nowhere near powerful enough to actually, like, win. There are some lower level strategies, but generally speaking, our silver bullet to defeating all of the bosses at the end of the game is going to be when Cannock learns the revive spell at level 25. So what we're going to end up doing here at the end of the game is making basically a scramble to get a bunch of experience points on him as fast as possible. Experience points aren't divided among living party members or anything like that. It's like if you're alive, you get it. But we need everybody to clear fights, so everybody's going to be working really hard to earn XP as quickly as possible. The best place to earn XP in the game is going to be inside of Hargon's castle on the 2nd floor, once I learn Firebane. Until then, we're going to do some level grinding in here. Great. Oops, I wanted to heal myself instead of casting. Now I'm in more trouble. So, yeah, now I'm dead. I think that's actually kind of one of the more interesting things with it ends up. Oh my god, you missed. We were gonna get out of this, and then you missed. I can't believe I died there. Oh. One of the interesting things that I like about this is that Cannock has this reputation of being kind of this useless, do-nothing character. And has his job in this party right now, but it's generally to hide behind a shield and take hits and try not to die. At the end of the game, he learns Defeat spell, and he learns Revive spell, and both of those are going to be super duper duper good. And Cannock ends up being like kind of our hero at the end of the game, so don't count him out or think he's a weak character. As it turns out, he ends up being one of the most important pieces.
Yeah, no, he actually matters quite a bit
to my winning strategy at the end. And it'll be amusing when we get to the end and fight some of these final bosses. The other two characters, Prince Lore and Princess Nana, they can die over and over and over and over again, and I don't care. If Cannock is alive, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy. If everyone else is dead, then it's
true.
It's stressful, but it's okay. As soon as he dies, I'm like I'm really worried.
Yeah, it is actually really, like, it's funny, like, so when you watch Ashido fight Malroth, right? It really often looks like it's spiraling out of control, like every other turn.
That was close.
Sometimes. Often because, like, the disposability factors of Laurasia, Sama, and Moon are all so imbalanced. Like Moon can kind of just croak.
And she will. And she will.
She pretty much will, yeah. And Laurasia it's kind of worse. It's definitely worse when he dies because he's often your, like, other,
he's a little bit more reliable at taking hits and protecting Cannock for you. It's like, Moon's just gonna die a bunch, especially because we take away all of her good armor.
Yeah, she actually gets saddled with Cannock's gear, basically, because Cannock is actually that much more important than her during the last fight.
It's really fascinating.
During the whole boss rush, yeah.
And this is why
she's much better than him for all of the game until you hit the boss rush, and then Cannock is like the new Moon. Yeah.
He's the king. He's the hero, and that's why I said not to discount him, as his usefulness will definitely show itself at the end. But we got to get there first, and it's a long haul to go. Lots of experience points to get. Okay. Oh, here he is. Oh, and there he goes.
Oh.
That's okay.
Spoilers.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Star's watching the stream, so he's a couple seconds behind what I'm seeing. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry too.
If we arranged a better setup beforehand, it could have been different, but
No,
that's
that's
okay.
alright. No, I mean, I'm sorry that your Hagu ran away.
Oh. That's okay. I gave myself a, I'm level 14. Oh, we earned good XP along the way up. I also got killed on the overworld a few times, huh?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
There's Srukanen. I gotta be careful here. I'm going to go with... Oh, nice dodge. I dodged him anyway. Even without surround. How about that? Cloak of Evasion. Okay.
Oh yeah, so we haven't actually, speaking of like a 10-turn misfest, so we haven't actually gotten to talk about, because it hasn't happened, there's a vague bit of manipulation that's actually allowed in this run, and that is to basically give inputs in such a way that makes it so every time you attack a metal enemy, you hit it.
Yes.
You can't do anything like keep it in battle, you can't do anything like guarantee a crit, like nothing like that. But you can do some very simple thing based on holding the button, and then sometimes, like depending on attack animation, you hold it or you let it go. Do this thing, and you'll always hit it for 1. So
basically, as long as we,
yeah.
if we encounter the Metal Babble, as long as we use this technique correctly, we can guarantee that if the Metal Babble stays for 2 turns, which we have no control over, if it stays for 2 turns, then I can kill it. I may actually score a critical hit on the first turn that it stays, and in that case, lucky. But if it stays for 2 turns, I can guarantee that I do enough damage that I can beat it in those 2 turns. With the heal slime formation that shows up on this floor, the technique gets a little bit more complicated, but since the heal slimes will not heal the Metal Babble unless I hit it a certain number of times, I can actually ensure that the heal slimes will not heal the wounded Metal Babble, and I can finish it off.
It's got 5 HP, so as long as you don't bring it below 50%, like...
If you hit him 2 times, he's okay.
Yeah, so you intentionally miss on 1, and then... Or if you have to, anyway. You intentionally miss and do 2 damage on the first turn, and then 3 on the second, as long as he chills. If it doesn't, well, whatever. Kill some heal slimes, get like 40 experience, and move on.
Okay. Good.
Oh, nice dragon.
4 sleepy dragons is basically what I really want to see. This fight is worth almost 2,000 experience by itself. 1920. It's one of the best fights to see right now, since we've already saved at the shrine. Getting wiped out by nasty dragons is not nearly as bad. Instead, I get a very lucrative fight if I win. That's a huge amount of experience points. And that's what we're after here. Ideally, I'd like to get Prince Lore to level 20, but Canuck level 18 is like the bare minimum. I feel like for Hagu Zero though, I'm making decent time.
Yeah, no, I think so.
Which is fine. I provided an estimate of 4 hours and 20 minutes, which most of my runs typically with counting Hagurai typically are about 4 hours. It's going to be worse than that probably if we don't fight and defeat Liquid Metal Slime. It's not looking like we will, but that's okay. Everything else seems to be going okay-ish, though, so we'll see what the end game has in store. And that's really the big reason why I provided a little bit of a buffer on my estimate. The end of the game can be quite tricky, and dying to some of the final bosses can cost me a good bit of time. They're mostly stable fights as long as I play them smartly, but there are certain things I can't control. Strong Breath double physical from Malroth is a very fast way of getting wiped out in that fight, and there's not anything you can do about that. I mean, you cast around, but you know, sometimes you still get hit. Right? So.
DQ2 is such a good life lesson. Sometimes it just throws you garbage, and you just make do.
Speaking of making do, oh, the Berserker woke up here. This is...
that 4 HP. Not anymore.
Ooh, this is such a tough spot. I don't even know. Lord died to that anyway. Damn. He was close. He almost survived. But that's okay. As long as we clear the fight with Cannock alive, he earns the experience, and he's the one I care the most about. Lore or Moonbrook missing little bits of experience here and there is hardly a concern. But the faster we can get Cannock leveled up, the better. We'll have to turn around and come back since we don't have a lead.
Razor catches himself up pretty easily anyway.
Yeah, and no one else's experience lines are really, like, critical. They all just sort of work out naturally. Anyway, you have plenty of extra. But every point of XP we get on Cannock is meaningful, so. It took a little extra time because it didn't go particularly well, but that was a tough fight, and we're really close. I need a little bit more XP. I'm not really thinking that earning it on the overworld, getting Rubus's charm, would be particularly great, though. I need to win about one more fight to get Firebane, and about 2 more fights to get Princess Nana to level up again. Well, it's not strictly necessary. Prince Lorasia and Princess Moonbrook are about to gain levels, and while they don't learn any cool spells like Cannock does, they do gain pretty sizable boosts to their max HP, which is going to help me survive a lot of white ground encounters, like double Gigantes or triple Devil Lord. Alright, so there's level 18 and we learned Firebane. That's cool. We can probably just hang out outside here for a little bit now. And I want to make sure I equip the magic armor. We're going to leave the magic armor on for much of the end of the game here for Cannock. Won't be flopping around armor anymore. We're going to be seeing plenty of Firebaning Devil Lords and Explode-It-wielding Barneys, the Archdemon.
I've definitely had my occasions where I've waltzed my way straight through all this white ground, like, multiple times, and then realized the Cannock was wearing clothes hiding instead.
Mm-hmm.
And wiped the immediately accruing sweat off my brow.
No, we got crit by the Cyclops again?
What?
Why
Why
is this guy... You hit him with Surround.
Cyclops is not happy with you, I guess.
You hit him with Surround, you lower his accuracy, and he kills you anyway. Well, I
mean,
guess...
if I was a Cyclops and you threw all that dirt in my face, I would probably just, like, start spinning like Zangief, so I'm not surprised,
Well, I guess this level grind is over. I got enough XP, I guess, so it's gonna be good enough. Gonna be good enough. I'd like the extra 1601 to get lore leveled up, but it's not a big deal. We'll deal.
You'll get that. You're gonna, like, kill All-Stars.
I never kill All-Stars. I always run from All-Stars.
It's because they're awful.
Okay, so
awful stars.
We're coming up into this endgame level grind, and this is a level grind that is very unlike any other level grind that I've really seen in a lot of RPGs or RPG speedruns in general. This is not a walk back and forth and beat the same enemies really easily kind of level grind. The encounters are going to feature like the same 4 or 5 enemies over and over and over again in different combinations and formations, and basically every single one of these battles is potentially lethal. Like, I really have to be on point about making sure my characters don't get killed by like every single battle that I fight. On top of that, the best place to grind is inside the castle. Oh, I want to withdraw. And there is a big, long stretch of overworld with the worst possible enemies in it, between where I can recover my MP and the castle itself. This is what these wizard rings are for. These prayer rings we've accumulated throughout the game are for. It's going to be way better for me to stick around in the castle and keep grinding and recover my MP with these wizard rings than it is to leave the castle and risk getting blizzarded on the way back. So the next thing is we've really got to budget our MP carefully and our resources, because if we just are really wasteful with our MP and stuff, we're going to run out of it really fast. We're going to have to use our wizard rings a whole bunch of times, and then they're going to break. Nothing, shield. Oops. So all of these factors play into this. I want to kill these monsters really fast. I want to do so efficiently without spending a lot of my resources, so I can keep fighting for a long time, and I need to be doubly sure I don't get killed by anything, because that's a very real, very credible threat all of the time. And as a I guess I want Tormod again. I want Toros. This is Repel. I've also casting Step Guard a few times here and there as well. We're going to start seeing that come into play. Now that I finally have that spell, I probably should have learned that spell casually a long time ago. Not time-wise a long time ago, but in terms of the context of where we are in the game, yeah. I think he learns that at like level 17. Could you imagine waiting till you were level 17 to go to Zahan to get the stuff in there?
Oh my god. Well, you're supposed to get lost, like, in the entire world.
That's
spend,
true,
like,
too.
2 hours fighting shit. This is the thing.
This is true.
Oh my god, I want to look at this. I want to see what, like, where you're actually supposed to be right now, technically. Because I've got that guide right in front of me. I just picked it up. I found it.
Alright.
Let's see. So, which one of these words is... Let's see,
Alright, there's a fresh world tree leaf. Until we learn this revive spell, reviving is still going to continue to be a very big pain in the neck. So, this world tree leaf, again, is a very important, useful tool to continuing my grind. If somebody dies during my grind and I can keep grinding by using this world tree leaf, it's often a good thing. Sometimes it's not, though. You have to be careful and, like, sensible about this leaf. Nothing hurts your time in this section more, I think I figured it out, than having to leave the grind to go get another world tree leaf.
Yeah.
If you're going to use the leaf, make sure you get good value out of it, right? So if you just use it and then lose it right away, it's no good. But if you use it and keep your grind up for, 20,000 XP or so, then definitely worth it.
My inclination in general is stay in the castle at all costs.
There are some weird scenarios I found where if my MP is pretty depleted, like if I'm really on fumes already and someone dies, I found that just leaving might actually be the thing to do.
Yeah.
There's a big risk of burning your leaf and then cracking rings and then dying, and you're just out a ton of stuff, whereas you kind of just get a good refill there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, like I said, going out of your way. I think because I spend a little bit of time playing the GBC version, what ends up happening is the encounters resolve just a little bit quicker, I think, because of the text and the menuing being a little faster. But as a result, spending time away from the grind hurts you even more. So...
yeah, I see.
So leaving to go get the leaf just kept killing me. Like, my time was just shredded because I couldn't stay in the castle. I was always having to go get a leaf. Okay, I'm reviewing some stuff, but I think I'm all set for what I gotta do. I'm gonna move the cloak to Nana now. I can go ahead and do that whenever I want at this point.
Okay.
We're set.
So let's see. So according to our guidebook, you're gonna want Laurasia to be level 30. So is he level 30?
He's not level 20.
Well, no wonder you're having all these troubles.
Right?
Golly.
So obvious. So unfortunately, our jolly good green giant friends here decided to kill Princess Nana, and the very first thing they did. That's whatever. We actually killed them and got the XP though, so that's actually not terrible. So this is what we call the white ground. This snowy landscape that stretches from here to the castle is filled with the worst, most horrible encounters in the entire game, and I can scarcely fight some of them. You would think it would be more efficient to grind here where I can freely recover my MP at the drop of a hat, but no, these enemies are too strong, and I have no way of reliably beating some of these encounters.
Oh, yeah.
And Blizzard is basically the big problem.
Pop first made us aware of the term white ground loop.
Yes. So this place is affectionately known as the White Ground, and a White Ground loop is where you basically repeatedly die over and over again to these very powerful enemies trying to get to the castle. Understand that even when I fight these enemies straight up with good strategy, my win rate on some of these encounters is like 50-50. I've got to fight like 3 or 4 encounters at the minimum just to get to the castle, so there's a very good chance we get killed here repeatedly trying to get to the castle at all. Every single time we leave the castle and have to walk through this part again, it's rough. Oops.
That's life, huh? Sometimes you make all the right decisions and you just explode anyway.
Well, we're doing our best here. We're just getting attacked by Blizzard, which is pretty good. That's totally fine.
That's a lot better than most of the things it does, yeah.
So at 40 HP, I can actually attack safely, and I know that. Also, Firebane hit, so attacking with both of my characters here means I can defeat this thing in one turn. If I had been hit with Rukanan earlier, I would have had to defend with Lore, though. I'm trying my best to keep track of all of these little things in battle because they very much matter.
Let me field this question actually, because why through the hills in the center as opposed to the forest to the left? There's two reasons. One is that you can do the half stepping quite a bit here. I mean, I think there's still at least some half stepping available in the forest on the left, but not as much as going through the center area.
Rude.
But there's also the fact that this center area overlaps with, as you can see from this encounter here, actually, like just two Cyclops and a Killer Machine that, well,
ironically killed me.
Yeah. That is an encounter from the weaker zone. There's two major encounter zones. I know on NES there's a brief overlap with a very, very weak zone in the forest. That's not available here.
Yeah.
If you go through the forest on the left, it is all strong encounters all the time.
Normally,
the generally safer route is the center route that overlaps with the weak zone and also provides more half stepping to actually cut encounter rate.
No, that didn't work. Okay, we're running now. Okay, we are running. That's the situation. If Archdemon is mixed with another enemy at this point, I basically have to hit him with sleep on turn 1, or I'm going to try and run away instead. If he's combined with 2 other enemies at the same time, I'm immediately going to run away. It's too dangerous to fight them. The so-called All-Stars is basically the mix of the strongest enemies all at the same time. It's Archdemon plus Gigantus plus Blizzard. There's a variation that has a Devil Lord instead of one of the other two, but yeah, it's awful. I'm
not even sure which is worse. Probably the Blizzard one, because the Blizzard one can actually cast Defeat and is not vulnerable to like anything.
You have to attack
Blizzard's
it somehow,
vulnerabilities are,
but
yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things that make up the worst encounters to handle in this game.
It's the combinations.
It hands you. You look at enemies, and generally you kind of like will mentally go down a tier list of what you need to prioritize to get rid of, right? Because like some things need to die first or be incapacitated first, so you can actually move on smoothly. But then here you're presented with certain enemy combos that are like, here's an Archdemon, a Blizzard, and a Gigantes. And now you're being tested on which one to deal with first, and the answer is all of them.
There's like a, yeah,
which you can't do.
If you wanted to describe it like a tier list, there's certain enemies on the tier list that are like, at the very top tier is, you have to deal with these immediately. And when there's an encounter with more than one enemy from that tier at the same time, it's almost impossible. Killer plus Blizzard is like automatic, like I can't deal with this.
That's generally when the decision becomes like either you're brazen or you run away. Yeah.
Run away. Let's run away.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So here we made it to the castle.
Sometimes,
hopefully,
if you're being brazen, what you do is you go, I like this one the least. And you try to deal with that one, and you pray to God that the other thing, whatever it is, doesn't do anything.
Just leaves you alone for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Right? So we've come here to this castle in the middle of nowhere, which looks like home. It looks like Laurasia. We're totally home, back where we started. Alas, it is all just a curse, an illusion. Using Rubus's charm breaks the illusion, and we can progress into the dungeon normally. This is going to be our home for hopefully a while. The second floor of Hargon's castle is... actually, this is a bit of a tricky spot. I need a wheel here. Is where we're going to gain XP the most efficiently for a good while. And so we're going to be fighting the same 5 enemies, I think. It's Flame, Dragon, Archdemon, who only shows up by himself, Killer Machine, and Devil Lord. But, like I said earlier, every single one of these encounters, except maybe like one dragon, has the very real potential of killing someone. And if anyone dies, my grind is in like serious jeopardy. And I've got to leave. Whoa, sleep, please. Good night, Nana. Whoa, never mind. 1 HP. Oh my. This is gonna be great when I use Infernos here to kill this thing. No, everything died. Look out. That got a little hot. Sleep is supposed to hit those things with 60% effectiveness, but I missed all 3 of them, and she nearly got devoured for the price of it, but okay, good. Something that becomes very relevant at this part, even more so than everywhere else, is that you can see when I have to heal my characters outside of battle, I have to open the menu and go through all of this stuff, and it's not exactly fast. As much as possible, it's not only faster, but also more efficient in a lot of cases to heal my characters inside of battle. The Hat of Happiness, and I never actually fully explained this, in this game it reduces the MP costs of the wearer's spells when they cast spells in battle only. Nana has it right now, the Princess of Moonbrook. When she casts Heal More, it normally costs 5 MP, but since she has the hat, it only costs her 3. That only applies when she casts it in battle. Outside of battle, it still costs...
magic armor.
Yeah, I got some magic armor, sweet.
Nice.
If I cast Heal More outside of battle, it still costs 5. So if I cast Heal More in battle, it's better for me. It's cheaper. The other factor is that, as you can see, opening the menu and using it is a little sluggish too. So it's faster to heal in battle as well. But this comes with a risk. The very real situation is that if I go to heal in battle and I heal myself and then I take more damage, that's the opposite of efficient. So you sometimes have to prioritize.
You've got stuff like, what do you call it? If I missed it, forgive me. But Shield of Strength also just only works in battle, so like if you want completely free heals, then that's the only way to get them.
Yep. We just have the 1 Shield of Strength right now, and it's equipped on Prince Cannock. He's going to be using it from time to time to recover himself, although there are situations where it's too dangerous to use it, and I have to defend, even though I really would like to heal free. I got in a situation, a trap, where I was using it too often in situations where he wasn't actually safe, and he would just keel over and die. That's no good. Alright, so here's our pal Archdemon. One of the unique things about this monster, while all the other monsters spawn with variable HP, this Archdemon guy always spawns with exactly 230 hit points every time. He's also got a 1 in 32 chance of dropping an extra prayer ring, which, if we see an extra prayer ring, I'm going to get kind of excited. Not yet. We have 4 of these prayer rings, and as much as possible, I want to hold 2 of them for the final boss rush, which means I have 2 of them to use for as I wish at this point of the game. Once they break, though, they're gone. The more efficient I am with my resources throughout this part, the longer they will last on average. Sometimes they're good, and they just stick around for a long time and never go down. And you can get a lot of efficiency out of them. Sometimes they turn to dust as soon as you look at them, and you're stuck kind of making the back and forth trip a few more times than you really would like, but it's kind of the way it crumbles here, the way the wizard ring crumbles, you know?
Oh boy, does it crumble.
Sometimes it doesn't last long.
Aww.
But this is why I said earlier, it's very important to try and manage my resources as efficiently as possible. Once my... Oh, I just have a million wings.
Too hard.
Once my MP starts to get depleted and I have to use these wizard rings, it's going to have to be... We're going to be holding our breath a little bit. The longer these rings last, the easier a grind we'll have. Well, 78 hit points, though. I don't like that. I'm trying not to heal outside of battle where I can help it, and as sometimes characters will be missing a little bit of HP and I won't really mind. but I'm going to be a little bit more strict on Cannock's HP. This is the toughest fight, random encounter-wise. Okay, good. Devil Lords fall asleep at 60% rate, so if they go to sleep, then I can have a much better chance of winning. I need to heal here right first. Good, stop spell. Devil Lord's AI will select magic spells at 50% of the time once they've been hit by stop spell, so basically they're much less dangerous once we can get them. Wait, he's asleep, right? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he just went to sleep last turn, yeah.
I should... At 68 hit points, or whatever it was, 60-something hit points, it's not safe to use the Shield of Strength if that thing's awake. But if it's asleep, I go, wow! Oh, Wizard Ring! Oh, great!
What?
First
Yeah.
try! We're talking about the dusty prayer. Well, there goes one.
Okay, see ya.
First try. Double sleep fail.
That fight again.
And I'm in a lot of trouble off the bat. Oh boy. This is actually
great.
a heal scenario.
Nice.
You survive.
You know, Devil Lords are one of the better examples of the rebalancing done in this version, because as I recall, gold bat boons were barely, if at all, susceptible to like anything.
They
also
also
absolute monsters that have even more abilities than they have now.
I got hit by this poison breath, and it's obnoxious that I'm going to sit here and cure this poison off of my characters for 9 MP. But they had Sweet Breath, the sleep breath effect in the original, which is way more powerful.
Sweet Breath.
They also just decide to cast Sacrifice and kill your entire party, basically whenever the heck they feel like. In this version,
they had no HP threshold, huh?
I think it's either that or it's much higher. In this game, their HP threshold for casting Sacrifice is 1/8, I believe. They only cast it if they're very weak, but they go for it a lot when they are that low. So you got to be careful. Yeah. It's one of the advantages of other advantages of Stop Spell is that you will prevent them from annihilating you. I've been killed by Sacrifice, I think, once doing this grind properly. I'm usually pretty careful about it, but I've been killed by Captain Howdy's Sacrifice probably more than once, but...
Oh my god. Well, you can't stop spell Captain Howdy, as I recall.
Yeah, no. He can go to sleep, but not a guarantee.
Well, sleep is nice. You can even Zeraki him.
Yeah, that's the dream.
That'll be a fun lottery to pull.
That's the dream.
What's that, like 30%? 25%?
Yeah, and I get you typically 2 chances when that fight plays out normally.
Yeah. That's pretty fine, like, that's... Man, Captain Howdy's basically, like... He either, like, suddenly wipes you, or you just suddenly wipe him. Like,
basically.
I've never had a what one might deem an interesting fight with Pazuzu, who I don't think we named. We just kind of started calling him
Captain Howdy. Yeah, I was gonna say. By the way,
I love Captain Howdy though.
there are 3 mini bosses on the way up to Hargon before we can fight him, and then so basically there are 5 bosses at the end game. There are 3 mini bosses: Hargon himself, and then Malroth that he summons afterwards. Yeah, the second mini boss, Pazuzu, is Captain Howdy. He's already asleep. What am I doing? And it's kind of a silly fight. It's either everybody's going to start casting defeat on each other, thwack on each other, and somebody's going to die. It's going to be him or it's going to be
like
me.
A fight with Christo.
Christo's imposter. You've got it right there. Okay, well, Conan hasn't broken his ring yet.
Conan never does. He's got fat fingers, man.
Don't. I wouldn't say that, but... Oh, sleep failed on flame. I typically in encounters like this, want to sleep the flames because they have a higher chance of going to sleep, but it looks like I missed. This is a scary spot with Conan at 32. Lore going before the killer to kill that thing is very helpful, but this should be okay. This should be a win. Yeah. Looked a little scary there, but I knew Lore could survive and we could beat the dragon. As long as I got a turn order to heal. Okay. There's another wizard ring use, but we're okay. At this point, since we've cracked one, cracking another one is like, I told you I wanted to keep 2. I've only got 3 left now, so breaking another one means I've got to leave when my MP runs out, so I'm already kind of sad that we're at that point, but nothing I can do about it, except continue to play efficiently. The good news is that if we do get booted, it should be okay to have enough gold to buy an extra Shield of Strength, which can improve my efficiency coming back, and sort of get me more mileage out of the MP I do have. But will also be a better level, too, so the hardest part of this section really is in the beginning. Going through the white ground is awful, but if you've got a couple levels under your belt, it's just a little bit easier. Like, for instance, I have increase on Prince Cannock now, and those 2x Gigantus fights, I love to cast increase on that. It just makes it a lot more stable.
It's so much better with increase.
You can...
Like, it's like they just turned into Cyclops.
Your options are just so much better. For the most part, Gigantus are able to 2-hit kill anybody, well, Cannock or Moonbrook. But once you cast increase, they can survive 2 attacks, and you just have much more stability. You can survive an attack plus a defending attack, but 2 full attacks will usually kill them. This is a trick I learned from watching Pop play. You can cast Rukanan on second turn when it plays out this way, and then use Heal more.
Oh yeah, I love doing that.
So it's very common that that fight plays out in that particular way. It's why we set up a preemptive heal to go with the sleep. If the sleep doesn't work on that thing can be very scary. So we want to keep Moonbrook safely attempting sleep as many times as I can safely do so. But since enemies are guaranteed to stay asleep for the first time, the first turn that they're asleep, I can be sure that that thing won't wake up by the time I'm ready to heal. And I can instead lower its defense power sooner in the battle and finish the fight faster. I swear I just realized how to handle that fight faster like a month ago. I had been playing heal on turn 2, and it's totally not necessary. You can use Rukanan on turn 2. Oh no, Princess. Why? No.
Okay.
This is why we gave the comfy estimate. This is why we gave the comfy estimate. Oh boy. The rings are already gone. We got 4 uses and we got 2 breaks. 50% is way worse than 10. Small sample size, I know, but...
Good old prayer rank.
Darn it, Nana. Well, the good news is that it did recover some of my MP, so we're gonna get the most value we can out of what we just got. Oh, poor prayer ranks. They're already gone. Archdemon, save my run. Drop me a prayer rank.
I am shocked. I only thought about this now, about how outside you can run into Archdemons paired with like all kinds of garbage that make them impossible to fight.
And they show up alone here.
They only show up alone here in this place that, I mean, I guess the whole overarching thing is that somehow the first floor of Hargon's castle, the last dungeon, is nicer than what is just outside of said dungeon.
Yeah, it's kind of unintuitive in that sense, and that's kind of why it ends up making for this interesting level grind that we have.
Yeah, that's the whole reason this is like this, really.
Because if the encounters outside were good, we'd grind out there.
Yep.
We wouldn't worry about this prayer ring thing.
That would be
probably
completely natural for most things. Oh yeah, no, totally.
But
you wouldn't bother with those. Well, except for like you'd probably have them for
1 or 2.
Get them for like safety for the boss rush, but like there's a lot of them you don't even go out of your way for. Like you would probably wing out of the wind tower like as soon as you pick up the Cloak of Wind.
I may pick that one up first so I'd have it available sooner, but like no way I'm getting the Undersea Cave one.
I guess so, yeah.
Like I'm gonna fight an extra half a dozen killer tigers for that ring. No thank you.
Yeah, that's true. You have to do... I felt like... I don't know, I thought that one was kind of more on your way, but I guess not really, huh?
Kind of, but if you hit 2 extra fights, it's definitely not.
Yeah. I forget if it's close to close to like the magic armor that you also pick up.
Not really.
Oh, okay, it's actually out of the way.
You pretty much go down to get the ring, and you turn around and backtrack to where you were.
Oh, no, I remember. That's the first thing you pick up, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is when you go all the way down the hallway. Oh, yeah, you would just walk right past that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no reason you'd ever want to go over there.
Oh my god, I've forgotten everything.
That's okay. That's okay.
I've been so happy lately, and I just realized why.
It's what I'm here for. I'm here to pick up the mantle.
Thanks.
All right. Well,
thank you for taking the cross off my back.
Yeah, and this is quite the cross. This grind is going to get tough. Hit 21.
That big one printed. That gigantic one printed on the floor on Hargon's first floor.
Yeah. Okay. Already I'm on fumes as far as MP is concerned. I can take a few encounters, and because getting killed is like immaterial at this point to me, I'm willing to take all kinds of risks in these fights and drain myself completely out of MP and get killed. It doesn't matter.
Nothing happens if you die, yeah.
I need to go back anyway, so guess what? I'm gonna try and win this fight, and if I can't... Oh, whoa,
I don't know if maybe like you want your gold for getting a shield. I forget if you need that, or if you have like a big stockpile.
I have no reason to get a leaf. I haven't used one, so I'm not sure I want to even trek back into Baron yet. I don't have a strong like need to right now, right?
Fair. Yeah. Well, if you could pick up a shield of strength, I mean, my opinion anyway, like that, considering you're already in
the ring situation is pretty bad.
Yeah.
That is a good
With the
point.
ring situation being what it is, I feel like grabbing a shield of strength is at least good. You just don't need to get a leaf.
This is true. It's probably definitely worth it to go get that.
Yeah.
Oh, nice Kaishin. I needed that. Things have a 138 hit point max. Oh, he crit him again. All right. Okay, great.
God. Did not like that monkey.
That is fine. I didn't like him either. That's the reason we stick by the stairs there. You can cast Return or use Warp Wings on the first floor there, but not on the second floor. You have to cast outside and then use a wing.
Is your money situation good?
Oh, I can check.
I was gonna mention the devil armor to the right, in case you needed it.
Oh, I have magic armor, I think. The extra suit of magic armor.
You did get an extra magic armor drop.
Oh, I only have 10,000. Not even close.
Oh, okay. Well,
we barely grinded anything. The rings shattered immediately.
Yeah, that's true. I might get like a Sword of Destruction.
Well, yeah, that's the big thing. Sword of Destruction, which drops from either dragons or from the Gigantes.
I think you had 6K in the bank too.
Oh, that's true. I still have vault money. You're right.
If you, oh man, that's kind of unfortunate because I think if you did grab the devil armor, that would, I think, have put you up to enough in total.
Oh well.
Possibly, because devil armor is worth like 4K or some.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Like that. Yeah. Well, never mind. Like, if it comes up, or if you end up like full wiping somehow or something, you can grab that for money assurance.
Possibly. Okay, we got poisoned, but, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the reasons... Oh, and I should cast Toramana now. Step Guard now. It's one of the reasons you can be pretty inefficient with your resources on the overworld. There's a pretty high chance you're just going to get annihilated in the very next fight. So,
Yeah, it's all good.
Spend what you have to try and progress. I don't like that battle.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
That's a terrible one. I have to use Fire Vein here. Yeah, I don't like this fight much.
I think one of the easiest ways to instantly tell when you've got one of those fights that you don't fight is when you look at the enemies and say, I absolutely need to cast both of these spells with the same character this turn.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier, where it's like, there are two enemies at the same time that I have to deal with at the same time, and I can't deal with both of them at the same time. So, what do I do?
When you're like, okay, so I want my first turn to be Kodan cast Stop Spell on Devil Lord and Stop Spell on Archdemon, and
Also defend.
Sleep on the RT and defend. And the princess needs to cast sleep on the archdemons and sleep on the devil lords and also defend.
This is a Dragon Warrior 3 though. There is no parry fight.
Well, that's a dang shame.
Darn, you know, right?
Oh, they're absolutely more fair than Dragon Warrior 2, yeah. So that's what I was saying earlier, especially with regard to something like those gold baboons there.
Yeah.
They had to compare them. They had like more. I know there was at least one more thing. They had sweet breath, so sleep breath instead of poison breath. They were not vulnerable to stop spell, as I recall.
I think you could stop spell them, maybe, but
wasn't it like incredibly low, or like
maybe
like,
its sleep is basically resistant.
I have to
I'm not sure.
I'm curious. I think Ash like tracked all this stuff.
Well, he's definitely no. Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like an actual he made an actual chart. So like, and they had like a much higher threshold of casting sacrifice.
They're just like every way they're more powerful.
Yeah, they were completely awful. Like enemies you would just never fight. Why would you fight? Why would you fight this kind of monsters?
Yeah.
Because like it's not worth the trouble for experience for them. Like go anywhere else and fight anything else. But as it happens here, as long as they're not paired with things that are too brutal, which might be a difficult sell given the comparison points are Archdemon and like Killer Machine.
Yeah.
But still.
Dang it, guys.
Yeah, that's something right there.
Don't mind me just getting killed by Zaraki.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, the good news is that at least Prince Sama gets this 1200 XP from this fight.
Good job, Sama. You did it.
The threshold of experience I'm looking for on Prince Canok is a total that reaches 128,150. It's roughly halfway between level 24 and level 25. That's set up so that once I start doing the boss rush, the first two bosses, once I clear those, I'll earn enough experience to get him up to level 25. He's going to learn the revive spell, and then boom, immediately I'm going to be like 10 times more powerful, and we're going to be able to clear the game. Oops. At this point, we're getting there. Prince Canok's going to get a big boost of power at level 23. He's going to learn the defeat spell himself. And if we can get ourselves back into the castle and start using it on dragons, it's a super fast way of earning a lot of XP. So our grind will pick up in terms of speed. Oh, nice Kaishin. Give me a ring. Ring! Item drop. You can do it. So our grinding speed, our ability to accumulate XP will go up a lot once we get a couple more levels. But we're going to need to get in a couple levels first. Okay. They're back.
All right. I was mistaken on baboons. They did have like decent stop spell chance, but sleep was not happening.
Oh, okay, yeah,
that's kind of, I feel like that's even more
could be even
of a
worse,
thing
yeah.
than stop spell to like you had like a 14% chance to put them to sleep as
This
opposed
is a tough
to
spot. I might be
60.
dead. Oh, we dodged Zaraki. I might be okay. Alright, be quiet. We're gonna win this fight. I think. Yes, we are gonna win this fight. Okay. Good, good, good. Yeah, not much has changed about that aspect of it. We're still very low level. Like, I have tools that will let me win these fights most of the time, but they're, like I said in the beginning, every single one of these fights has its own degree of mortality, its own risk of getting completely killed. No fight is free, and I've got to be on my best behavior the whole time. Otherwise, it's really just drags on and on and on and on and on. If you really can get in the castle and your rings don't break and you just keep grinding, it's smooth and you get done in no time. But every time you get booted out and have to come back out here, it's definitely not good. But for now, it looks like we're making good progress. We might make it back into the castle this time. Okay, great. So that's a part of the overworld what overlaps with that easier encounter zone. So we got Cyclopses instead of Gigantus, for instance. Which, generally, those encounters are easier.
That's why I was thinking Blizzards didn't punch you, because they don't punch you on the NES version. They just cast Defeat. And, like, defense over and over again. That's actually way worse.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
I would really rather they can attack me, yeah. Even if being able to attack me after casting defense is not, like, the best thing to have to deal with, at least their chance of defeat is down thanks to it. I'm pretty sure their ability to attack on DQ2 takes up a full, like, 36% of their repertoire.
Yeah, anything that's not Zaraki is probably good. There are combinations of enemies I was saying earlier, combined with the Gigantus. I hate seeing Rukanan, but it's alright.
These enemies in this game just get together and form, like, MMO parties.
Mm-hmm.
Like, with all the class coverage and all the support, and I'm like, can you guys stop it? Maybe for a second.
We're gonna throw in this monster that's really tough, and he's got a little bit of healing too, and now there's this other monster that just does a ton of damage, and there's this other monster that lowers your defense power along with them. Yeah.
That's not a problem.
Not a problem at all. So the 3 and 4 dragon encounters are the really money encounters, the one we want to see over and over and over again. And at this level, earlier in the grind I was handling it with Thunder Sword, Firebane, Sleep Spell. Now that my characters are leveled up more and my agility is better, I can use Boggy to fight them instead, Infernos. And I can just outright kill them like that. And that's what we want to see. We want to see 3 dragon, 4 dragon, or 3 dragon plus 1 flame are my 3 favorite encounters. At this level, I actually am going to attack with Conan. This will clear very efficiently. An interesting thing that happens with targeting here is that when I go to attack a group like those flames, and there's more than 1 flame in it, which target my characters decide to attack is actually kind of sophisticated. There's a lot of AI in the back that goes on deciding that. In this case with the flames, Prince Lore is so strong in the front that he's like, I'm guaranteed to kill a flame in 1 hit. I'm such a macho man. I'm going to attack the flame in the group that has the most HP. Because he can actually tell. I can't, but he can. Somehow. It's not fair, but whatever. It's fine. Right? Oh, I messed up. I was supposed to cast Rukanan here. Oh well. I'll do it here. Prince Sama, on the other hand, Kanok is like, I'm not quite as strong as you, Lore, and it's going to take me 2 hits to defeat a flame. I'm actually going to attack the flame with the lowest HP in the formation. What ends up happening is that they split their attacks in such a way that I can guarantee that they won't hit the same flame. And I won't waste Kanok's attack in this 3 flame scenario right here, specifically. I can clear this in 2 turns guaranteed by attacking twice with both of them. Because Laurel hit the one on the right. So no matter how the turn order works out, I can always kill 3 flames in 2 turns if I attack with both of them. And I don't miss. Miss. Oh.
Miss? Laurasia definitely doesn't do that
30% Never misses. Monsters can dodge attacks based off of the monster. Each monster has a fixed chance of dodging attacks, and not every monster can dodge. For instance, the sea slugs have rock bottom agility and 0 evasion. I can guarantee that I'm going to go first and hit them. But Interestingly, Devil Lords, the gold baboons we're fighting in here, are one of the random monsters with one of the highest evasion rates. It's like 8%.
I think it's like 15. No.
It's not quite that high. Bazuzu has even higher dodge chance. I think his is double digits.
I'm looking. This looks like it.
That was bad turn order, but...
Yep, he's got a... He's 11% dodge rate.
Ooh, yeah. Monsters that are asleep cannot dodge attacks, however, so sleeping monsters lose all of their evasion. A monster can wake up and dodge something in the same turn, though. That happens plenty of times.
Devil Lord was 9.4% or 9.38%.
Oh, yeah, just shy of 10%. Yeah, no, that's ridiculous.
It's a lot. No wonder they can constantly dodge attacks. They can dodge attacks as often as prayer rings break.
Which is apparently 50%.
Which means it's all the time. Yeah, it's every 50% of 100% of 100% of.
Yes, exactly. Okay, there's floor 24. We're gonna have to leave and come back at least one more time, maybe twice. Those rings broke so fast.
Yeah.
It's fine. That's what I said earlier. It's why we put a little bit of a buffer on my estimate. So stopping these prayer rings from breaking and Shido from killing me at the end of the game. Well, other than my own, like, actual skill. But, I don't know, there's not much of that. There's only a little.
Shido can definitely just kill you.
Well, definitely, yes.
It's actually I feel like it's even a little tougher for him to actually go off and do that than it is for like a random encounter here, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Like as final bosses go, he's a fairly kind final boss. Overall,
I'd say I would say that that's a mostly stable fight. As long as you come in with the appropriate supplies, I feel confident I can. It's a more stable fight than Zoma in DQ3, for instance. That guy, when that guy wants to just kill you, he just looks at you funny, and guess what? Your healer is dead, and now you're totally out of luck. Great. Oh, yeah.
It generally takes very, like, nasty, heavy targeting on mechanic to actually... Like, I mean, I feel like you lose, like, Shido here for some of the same reasons you would lose Zoma, because, like, there's your Mage Warrior, and they got doubled.
Kind of. I think the overall probability of, like... because the Zoma fight tends to, like, take longer, I think that there's more opportunities for him to haul off.
Oh, yeah.
You.
No, yeah.
The other issue is that, like,
not that the chances
limited.
were the same, so much as, like, the specific thing.
Right.
Like,
usually,
the literal, like, just punch, like, this guy died.
Yeah, basically. I feel like once, in the Shido fight in particular, especially once we get increase in place, and then we hit surround, it's not that likely.
Yeah, once you stabilize, you're kind of free once you're stabilized.
Breath and then double physical is the combination of things that's going to kill you, and if
he's got a bad hit rate.
If surround is on, though. If surround is on, then double physical is only going to hit both times, 1 and 4. So.
Yeah, and then like
there are so many things that have to line up for Canuck to die in that fight. That's not to say it doesn't happen. It certainly does.
Oh yeah, I mean it definitely happens.
And if you're packing a World True Leaf, then you might even have your like an out on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely feel
that's part of what I was getting at with Laresia being like dying being worse than like Nana dying during that fight. Like
he's
partially because he's carrying the backup leaf. Yeah.
Yeah, he's packing the other leaf. There, he's packing the leaf.
But, let me think. I was gonna say something, I forgot.
Oh, nice catch.
Oh, yeah, you have more than one route to landing Manusa also, which is nice.
Eventually, like, yeah, once you get surround, or increase set up.
Once you're stable, you're actually able to,
Okay, well...
There are situations where you can spam Manusa, and then...
Moon doesn't have a ton of MP, but we made it to 23 and got Zaraki. If I'm lucky and we can, if I'm lucky and we can see a lot of dragons, We can actually use up Cannock's MP now and get a lot of value still. Oh wow, that was not quite great, but... I don't normally do much of this, but... I don't like to play with sleep to try and take extra turns to try and be more efficient with healing too often, but this is a situation where if I just pinch a little bit more MP, I can take a couple extra encounters, and if I get just a little bit closer to the next level, we'll be a little bit better off. So we've got defeat on Prince Cannock now. The two relevant enemies here are going to be Flame and Dragons. The Flames get hit by defeat at 60% rate, and the Dragons get hit at 85%. Another amazing thing about Zaraki defeat spell is that it kills these enemies instantly with no animation. They just poof, they're gone, and here's your experience points. It's super fast and very efficient at getting us lots of XP, especially when we hit fights with lots of dragons. They show up, we can defeat them, they give me XP, and then we move on to the next fight. And that's all there is to it. We're getting some tougher mixed formations here. I'm trying to be a little bit conservative with my resources instead of super greedy here. Zaraki could have sped that fight up a little bit, but with Moon almost out, maybe I should have just used it. I should be pretty aggressive here with Zaraki. But by sticking it out, we got Moon 19, and she learns Exploded at that level. And while it's certainly not relevant in our grind at all, it is powerful at dealing with blizzards on the overworld. So when we have to come back out here, it's going to be just that little bit nicer. I think I'm going to do it like that.
When you're stable fighting Shido also, that's some real good damage. Like, he doesn't have any special resistance to damage magic, so you can actually cast things on him and have it work.
Just every now and then I like to pull out the dream meme.
Oh my. Hit him with the wizard staff?
Oh, I mean Radiho. Put him to sleep.
Oh yeah, oh man, I love that.
He has a very small chance. It's like 1 in 8 or so to be hit by a sleep spell.
Yeah.
It's usually a waste of a turn, but when it does hit him, you get like 3 or 4 free turns of just going to town on him. Malroth is an interesting fight in this. In this version, he doesn't have heal all. He just actually has a real health pool. But what ends up happening is it's kind of a seesaw battle where if we can attack, we can drain his HP very quickly. But he doesn't give us a lot of opportunities to attack sometimes. He's just too busy breathing fire in your face, and you have to protect yourself. So if he falls asleep, you can really push damage in that fight, like, very fast. Oh, oops, that was... that was some bad menuing. And now I'm dead.
Oh.
I was trying to cast Heal More on Cannock there, but with no MP. I was holding Turbo X, and it went back, and I attacked, progressing the turn, and then he died. Not that I could have healed him anyway, but yeah, whatever. Looks like we're basically out of MP and out of resources, so...
I was gonna say, how's your money? Well, your money's probably fine. You've been here for a while.
14,000. Oh, I got killed on the overworld once or twice. Coming back. Oh yeah. I probably have enough. We'll figure it out.
You're fine.
We'll sell the extra suit of magic armor, and there's an extra tin charm lying around here for 480.
Yeah.
There should be enough vault gold to figure it out. If not, close enough. We'll figure it out. We'll grind
what is it?
ocean
it's
fights until
right?
Yeah, 21,500.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Just sell the magic armor. You're good.
Oh.
Because you got 6K in the bank.
I hope you're right, because I don't remember.
At least I thought you did.
I probably left a good bit in there because we made it out first trip and we sold the dragon killer. So.
Yeah. I feel like I saw that you had 16K and you took out 10.
That makes some sense. I have 2,000 gold in here. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that's maybe not enough. Whatever, this is okay. I have an extra 10 charms, so I'm going to sell that. And I have... Oh, I'm like 1,000 gold short. Do I?
Sure. So close.
I'm not gonna sell the cloak. I need that. So no, I can't sell any of this stuff. Alright, it's cool. Oh, I should have put the gold back in the vault.
That's fine.
Forget it. We do this with
Whatever.
one shield. It's okay. I've oops, I really don't mean to do this. I've done Shido and the final boss rush plenty of times with just one shield. The real dream is to come out here and do the grind and the final boss rush all in one shot. You never even go back. Sometimes you do that when your prayer rings don't break immediately. When they don't break immediately, sometimes you can just stick in the castle forever, literally forever. And you have no real reason to leave, and you just keep going.
Pretty much how you really want to do it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you can just clear the whole thing in one shot, and if that's the case, then you never have an opportunity to go back and get another shield. You have to do the whole stretch with one shield. It's one of the interesting things about this grind is that it kind of evolves as you get better at it. When you are starting out this grind, I think your tendency is you get killed a lot, and you find yourself back in the shrine recovering your HP and MP like for free a lot. So you don't care too much about your efficiency on your resources sometimes because you're always dying. And then eventually you stop dying and MP becomes a problem because you're being too wasteful with your MP and you're breaking your rings all the time. And then you're stuck in the situation where having to white ground walk all the time because you can't seem to keep your rings intact. And then you start trying to be more efficient with it. Oh, there's the sword drop. Okay. Well,
Hey.
we're good now. Even if I die,
Yeah.
I will drop 10,000, but this thing's
Yeah.
worth like 12, so we good. Actually, you know what is a good call here? I think defend fire paint. Yellow zoom. We'll just kill them all.
Yeah.
Do that. Stretch my fingers here.
You can explode everything now.
But then you start trying to be more efficient with your MP and you cut corners and you start dying again and you're like kind of back to square one. But then you practice more and you get both of these kinds of aspects of being safe and efficient kind of working together, and you do really well. And then you start working on clearing fights faster, and then you start dying again because you're getting greedy and you're cutting corners. And then you're kind of back to square one again.
Ah, yeah, I do that. And
But-
then I have no rings left.
But so that's what I mean. So it's like this kind of evolving grind where there's only one or two things you're paying attention to at first, but then as you build up, it's more and more things that you're worrying about. So again, as I'm sort of leading to my point, when you die a lot in this grind and you find yourself going back to get lots of world tree leaves and stuff, you frequently have extra shields of strength. But once you get really good at this grind, you frequently don't. And you have to learn how to adjust when you don't, just as much as you want to take advantage of it when you do. But
So basically what you're saying is that like both the situation and your competency with the grind ends up kind of moving the goalposts as a matter of course.
yeah, actually, and that's kind of what I think is the most fascinating and interesting part about this run as a whole, because it's like that for the entire game, because all of it is about encounter handling the whole way.
Hey, wizard staff.
Nice. And that's really what kind of motivates and continues to drive the desire to improve my own skills and my own time in this game. And I think it's the same way for a lot of people who enjoy playing this game. It's
Yeah, I don't think you really solved this game.
at first
Like-
it's at first it's like basic stuff that you're worrying about, and you get comfortable with it, and it's like, okay, the basic stuff is all routine, and now I'm thinking about the next level, right? And then, wow, we're getting thrown a ton of items all of a sudden.
What? All right, well you just
There's
got
another
enough
sword of
stuff for a
destruction.
shield, like, yeah.
On the way over here, I know, right? Okay. Rubus. My items are moving a lot now, and Rubus's Charm is not normally this high up on my inventory list. Here it is. Rubus's Charm a couple more times, it seems. I'm probably going to be able to finish my grind and do part of the boss rush, and then we'll do stable... Oops. And then we'll do some nice safety stuff where I go back and save the game one more time before the final bosses, and that'll be basically a spot I can always recover from, even if something completely disastrous happens. I'm looking to grind about half a level, so unless we get killed in the next 5 minutes, we should be able to get the XP I need to move on. So we'll hang it over and then it stairs to the next floor instead. One dragon. Well, we're not going to cast defeat on one dragon. In fact, even 2 dragons, it's kind of overkill. If I had a lot of MP, using Zaraki on 2 dragons is quite nice, but for speeding things along. But it's efficiency is the other. Oh. Well, it's going to be a long grind if it's 1 dragon at a time.
Yeah.
That's the lightest encounter up here, as far as XP is concerned. 480 for 1 dragon. I think there's a 1 dragon, 1 flame fight is probably the next smallest. So this is an interesting scenario. Now that I have Zaraki, we can play this fight much more aggressively. With any decent luck, Zaraki will do enough damage to kill both, or well, not do enough damage, will instantly kill both of the dragons. And the combination of defense plus lore has a good chance of beating the killer machine. They spawn with between 72 and 90 hit points, so I hit him hard enough for a chance at killing that one, but we didn't get him. Oh well. That's fine. I don't use Zaraki in this fight often, but Flame is only 60% vulnerable. It's still worth using Sleep. Wow, we hit all 3 of them. It's still worth using Sleep because of how strong and how fast the flames are.
Yeah. Wait, what? Okay.
Swords
right,
of Destruction
fine.
for everyone.
Yeah, yup, I saw that. Why? All right. So now what we do is everybody equips their Sword of Destruction, and never hits anything again.
Oh, no, I'm mixing it up with Dragon Warrior 4. I almost lost a pretty good Dragon Warrior 4 run one time by almost accidentally equipping the Sword of Decimation. But the hero actually can't equip it in that, so I was like, oh, that's...
good news.
That is not supposed to be equipped. That is supposed to be used as an item in battle. I hit them with Molotov. Yes, I did. I can't hit them with my sword or with Sleep Spell, though. That's okay.
Why would you be able to hit them with your sword? They have 9% chance to dodge. That's like 100%.
Basically. Dragon Quest RTA, 10% is...
You know, much like Zing's 100% of 50%.
Oh. As much as we want to hate on Zing and hate on Vivify, every now and then, well, half of the time it does its job just as you need.
Yeah.
That Ekiden run where the Dragon Quest III guy got Vivify on his hero, and then he actually used it in a fight, and it actually worked, and it actually bailed him out of something. I was like, I'll never make fun of that spell ever again.
Oh my god.
I think he got killed by Soma after that, but...
Was that the same one? Was that the one where we were talking about running the day-night chart?
They were joking about the day-night chart, yeah.
The day-night chart, yeah, because he gains... Oh, it went so far over in Garuda.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was...
So far over in Garuda, he day-night that owned. I was rooting for him.
He stuck it out and he finished like a good...
That was a trooper right there. That was
like
a trooper.
like a real trooper, yeah.
Yep.
I'm really excited for our Dragon Quest III race coming up tomorrow. We've got a great crop of runners and nice 4-player race. We should see some good Dragon Quest III action there. Tonic had to drop out of the race, unfortunately, but looks like we got Darko to fill his spot. So we've got some really good runners. Oh man, I really don't have as much MP on Canuck as I thought. Dang. Well, might have to be a little bit...
Oh, you gonna do it, ain't you?
I'm just gonna leave and come back. We're gonna get shields.
Alright. Yeah, oh yeah, you haven't actually bought another shield yet, have you? Yeah.
And I can afford 2 at this point. Okay, I have the experience points I need, so we're all set.
Yeah, seems fine.
This isn't exactly super efficient, but we blew a lot of MP on Canuck getting over here, so I can't really progress very far. I'd be able to beat Atlas, maybe, and that's provided I don't get killed on the 3rd floor. Okay, so that's probably... Well, I'm going to save the game one more time after I get all my stuff. But hey, I haven't had to use the World Tree Leaf at the end here. We've been killed a couple times, but... Mostly because I've just allowed myself to die. The one time we got...
Yeah.
We were out of MP, that's why I left, not because I died. Which is good. I like not dying in this section. That wasn't the issue.
It's preferable.
The prayer ring's breaking, that's out of my control, but... We managed to protect my party members long enough that they didn't really get killed too many times.
Rings breaking as often as Devil Lord's dodge 100% of the time.
Alright, I have several Swords of Destruction. I'm going to start selling them until I have money. Or, oh my gosh, he has 2 of them.
Oh my god, look at all that you have.
No, forget shields. We're getting a mink coat. Let's go.
Oh my god, yeah?
Look at this gold. Yeah, it's so rich. Do not equip. Yes, I do want it. Dialogue is different because she cannot equip one. Just taking a look. Oh, there's this mage staff. Let's get this out of here. Onto the ground. Extra shield. You have 3 wings. I'm actually gonna... No, 3 wings should be good. Okay, we're gonna do the final save now. Hopefully the final save. I can't imagine too many scenarios where it would be worth leaving after Belial to come back and save the game again.
No.
Doing Atlas and Pazuzu generally isn't too much of a struggle. Alright, so from here we're gonna be aiming to complete the game. So, we need to get back to the castle, get up to the 4th floor. There are random battles on the 3rd floor that are quite dangerous. I just need to get through there without getting killed. One of the things I've seen, too, when Pop saves and does this part at the end, when he's all set, he runs away from a lot of encounters in the overworld. He also takes the left path and doesn't bother with encounter canceling or resetting a fight. I don't have Revive yet, but if I had Revive, I could be even more aggressive about running away from monsters. As long as Cannock doesn't die, then it doesn't matter. In some senses, I want to be conservative with my MP. I'm going to make sure I have as much as possible going into this rush, so if my rings do decide to continue to be uncooperative, I can hopefully still make it through. Just because we're done grinding doesn't mean we're not thinking about MP efficiency anymore. We're still... It's always a concern. But we're pretty much ready to go. Once we get up to the 4th floor, it's going to be one boss fight after another, and there are 5 that I've got to complete in succession. The first guy is going to be Atlas. Atlas is a brutal physical attacker. He always does 2 attacks per turn, always on the same target each turn. He changes targets between turns, but and is immune to practically every status effect that I can think of that would be relevant.
I think you might be able to cast Manus on him for like 12%.
Oh boy.
Or something really cool like that. Yeah, he's
for Atlas, my strategy is going to be to increase my defense power with Cannock's Increase spell, and then from there the fight should be fairly stable. Increase can be cast and stacked 2 times to basically double my party's defense power. Yes, there's a question in chat about the mini-bosses. The mini-bosses, once I defeat them, they stay permanently dead. I don't even think saving, resetting, turning the game off makes them come back.
Nope, yeah, they don't come back.
Okay, good. That was nice and smooth up to the upper floors here. So the random encounters, the random encounters are over. There are no more random battles from here to the conclusion. I need to do some inventory management. We're gonna start giving Nana's equipment, her hat and her water-flying clothes, to Cannock, and Cannock is going to give his magic armor over to Lore. He's not going to equip it yet, but hold on to it. Hold on, I really want to... I'm kind of picky about how my inventory gets set up here. So.
There is one that it doesn't save, and that's Hargon.
Yeah, Hargon you have to repeatedly
Yeah, Hargon himself, like, kind of keeps the event that spawns Cheeto, so...
Yeah. I think he's missing some health. A little bit might matter here. As long as I cast Increase before Atlas starts attacking Cannock, good. I should be okay. He's strong enough to kill Cannock outright on the very first turn before he even goes. And that's a huge, huge problem, because then I can't cast Increase safely, and reviving him can be a liability. But it looks like we're going okay here. Yeah. It's going to be interesting because for basically every point in the game up till now, dying is terrible. But we're gonna see probably Princess Moonbrook die like over and over and over and over again, and it doesn't matter. So it's kind of an interesting juxtaposition as opposed to the rest of the run where dying is to be avoided at all costs. Her life is pretty expendable. Captain Howdy.
Captain Howdy.
He fell asleep. That is very good. I'm gonna try casting Defeat on him 2 times. It looks like it didn't work. As he stays asleep, we're just gonna sap his defense power and stab him. That's the pretty classic Bazuzu fight. He fell asleep, got hit by Rukanan twice, and then got slashed to death. As promised, we earned enough experience points there to get to level 25, and Cannock learns the Revive spell. This is super important. Unlike in the NES version, this can be used in battle. Always revives the target to full health, and not 1. Bad turn order there. Actually, really bad turn order. Okay, well, it was bad turn order the second time, which was actually good turn order. Wow, Moon went first 3 times in a row? She's... Hang on. Belial is generally faster than she is. Rating the bosses in terms of agility, I believe Belial is the 2nd fastest, and Hargon is the fastest. I forgot I have a shield on her, too. Bazuzu, I believe, is the slowest. Hold on. Bahoma! They gave this guy heal all, though. So,
there it is.
in order to beat him, I basically have to hit him 6 times with lore. Once his HP dips below half, that's when he will start having a chance of selecting heal all, and it resets the fight. Oh! Critical hit, though, will just simply kill him right there. Excellent.
Nice. I was gonna say this fight can drag out, but even if it does drag out, especially when you've got like 2 Shield of Strength, it's real easy. Like it's just a drag.
Or 3.
Because he can, yeah, that too. Because he can run out of MP.
Yeah, eventually he will run out of MP, and then he can't heal himself anymore.
Yeah, he will run himself out of MP, casting Explode It and Bahoma, and he'll just like stop being able to do them, so you'll be able to kill him. Hargon can do the same thing. Hargon
can also be stop spelled if you want. I sometimes don't have an opportunity, but yeah, Hargon can actually be seriously dangerous. I said earlier, he's very fast. He casts Explode It, which still does a lot of damage, and his, believe it or not, his physical attack is pain.
If you look at Hargon in like more modern surroundings, like in stuff like Monsters Battle Road Victory, or just, I don't know, anything else with Hargon in it, from way more recent times, basically. They have like made him into some kind of kung fu master. Like,
I believe it. This guy really packs a punch.
Yeah, like he straight up does like just flying roundhouse kicks and stuff. And I'm like, where was this Hargon? Because
it's not the Hargon I pictured.
This Hargon is a squat little guy, like right here. Like he certainly meets the whole like Dark Priest kind of thing. But like, man, Hargon, modern day Hargon, looks like the Hargon from the Western Dragon Warrior 2 art. Where he's like live and is just ready to, you know, roundhouse kick you basically.
Alright.
It's so strange.
Looks like Hargon is healing himself. He doesn't have heal all, he just has heal more, which basically doesn't do anything, just stalls the fight. I do about the same damage that heal more heals. This is looking pretty stable. Eventually he should stop healing himself and die. I'm gonna cast Stop Spell on him though because he's being so rude. Ah, I missed. Then he healed himself again.
Yeah, he does that.
Yeah, no, this... At this point, since we are stable, there's almost nothing that can... Oh, there's the Stop Spell. Can really go wrong. Sweet Breath is like the last big thing he can do that's a problem, but it's pretty rare that he selects that. No, he died. Alright, great. Hargon's defeated.
There he goes.
Now it is time for the final battle. His dying breath. Hargon has summoned the god of destruction, Malroth, and I've got to... Oh no, never mind. Hold on.
I can't believe this guy in this castle that we had no idea who it was just summoned a demon.
Okay, looks good. I've got a ring on each of my magic users still. MP's looking full, HP's looking full. We've got plenty of shields. I've got the leaf still, and we've equipped Roto's armor back on lore, so we are all set.
You are going.
Here we are. It's the final battle.
Yeah.
Alright, so the very important thing I need to do early is build my defense power with increase and lower his accuracy with surround. So we're going to work on that first. Then I'm going to lower his defense power and start fighting him. Oh, wow. Okay.
Ooh. Nice.
First try surround. The chance of surround is not great, but actually shield here is the right play. This is a nasty spell. Wow. Okay. He's giving me a bit of the business here.
Hey.
I don't have increase set up properly yet either.
Heard
Wow.
you talking.
Wow.
Heard you talking.
Wow. Okay, hang in there. There's a dodge. Okay. I'm not ready to fight him yet.
No, it's going fine.
Hold on.
So you might recall what I was saying earlier about how every other turn will often, like, look nasty on this fight, but basically if Conan in the middle is, stable, then it's basically irrelevant.
Good, nice talk. When he chooses to attack and does not hit me, that's the best thing. It gives me a free turn, and usually I'm healthy and I can go on the offensive. When he breathes on me, it does so much damage that I have to go full defense mode. Nice. So he has, oh, dodged again. Good. I think 1850 or 1750 HP.
It's already.
Critical hit.
I think it's 1850.
But he has no way of healing himself or recovering HP. As long as I keep dealing damage to him, we can drain through his HP pretty quickly. But situations like this, I am going to have to be a little more careful.
Oh, no, you're right. It's 1750. Well, you said both. Yeah.
Okay. I have to think carefully here. Goodbye.
So yeah, there's a lot of like big HP swings. A lot of big HP swings, but also a lot of preemptive healing being done, as you'll notice that, the most common thing happening here is for Shido to breathe Fire Breath, followed by, somebody's HP dramatically rising right after it, because we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, that's fine.
And especially with Conan having the Hat of Happiness and a Prayer Ring, like, something real bad would have to happen. And generally, that situation that looks terrible is still actually rather stable, because it kind of takes nothing at all to actually come back to this state, as you can see, where, maybe one turn ago everybody was, like, dying, and now everybody's, like, here and basically full as they're gonna be. Given what's
Alright,
going
we're almost done. Take the fight to him. I don't like attacking with Count-Off unless I know his defense power is completely gone. Finish him off. He's almost done. Yes.
Boom.
Yes.
GG.
Nice. Malroth was defeated. No one was dead at the end of the fight. And I'm going to do a little bit of the swag castle here. This is a little bit of a glitch. The castle's
do
supposed to
it?
crumble.
Yeah. Yes. I was just gonna ask you to do that.
But if you teleport away before the castle crumbles, it crumbles over here. And amusingly, I looked at this earlier. You walk back away and walk back. It's gone.
Nice.
All right, so all right, good. Paragon's been stopped. Shido, the god of destruction, has been slain, and the world's been saved. All that's left is to go home and become the new king. All hail the king. And
This guy is not shy about taking a kingdom from Dad.
oh, and we're losing time in the ending. Thanks, little girl. Thanks, little girl.
Heard you talking swag.
She just wanted a little touch there. She could have stood there for like 45 seconds, but I'm not that underestimate. Looks like we barely cleared the estimate, but yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, just about. Given the ending length.
Just barely under it, but it was a tough end game and Hagu 0, so I'm not surprised. That's why like I said, why I put the estimate I did, because not every run's going to be sub 4 hours. Especially at my skill level, which is like journeyman.
A bunch of mine weren't.
Journeyman skill level. My average is about 4 hours, but average counts like 0.6 Hagure on average, so. Okay. Last input will be when I confirm here, but timing for this game does not stop until the end of the credits, and besides, you do not want to go anywhere for the ending credits. You want to stay right here and listen to Konomichi Wagatabi, as is Dragon Quest RTA tradition, especially in Japan. It's customary to sing the song that goes with it. I am not
doing this right.
I am not a professional singer, but I'm going to sing in Japanese Konomichi Wagatabi for you. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed Dragon Quest II SFC. And don't go anywhere, there's plenty more Dragon Quest RTA Marathon coming up all weekend long, so. Yosh, we did it. Get my lyrics just in case. I'm pretty sure I have it memorized, but I don't want to lose my place.
I don't remember.
And I'll do my best here. Do. Shonen 時代の見果てぬあの夢、今でも心に抱き続けてる。今朝焼けの空を見上げて、しきりにこの胸うずかせる。履き潰してきた靴の数と同じだけの夢たち、時には見るしか張って探して、やがて追いつき、この道はが旅、果てしなく続く。出会いと別れを繰り返しながら、今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ、明日へ明日へ 歩き出す少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今星空の下で佇み遥かな思いを抱きしめるぬくもり続けてる夢たちと影星が道連れ雨も風も日照りも嵐も友達だったこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す明日へ明日へ歩き出すはいよしよしどうもありがとうございます Thank you so much for watching everybody
お疲れ様でした。
はい The end Dragon Quest II SFC version JRTA timing 4 hours 19 minutes 6 seconds just barely made it perfect GG I sincerely hope everybody enjoyed watching Dragon Quest II SFC tonight and hope you continue to enjoy the rest of the Dragon Quest RTA Marathon. Coming up next is going to be a very different change of pace here. We've got Dragon Quest Heroes coming up next. Star of Violence, thank you very, very much for joining me here on this adventure.
Yeah, no problem.
I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me here on the couch, other than if my life depended on it, maybe I'd like to have Pop. But really appreciate you coming on and hanging out with me for the run, and I hope you guys had a great time watching it. I'm going to take off and get in touch with the rest of the community members here, and we'll set up the next run for you guys. So thanks again for watching. Don't go anywhere. We got more Dragon Quest RTA coming up.
Woo.